My child, stop for a moment. Do not turn away, and do not let your mind wander to the next thing. I need you to hear me right now, because this message is not late. It is not by accident. It was set apart for this exact moment, and I need you to receive it. I am speaking to you because something just shifted. You surprised me. Yes, you. Finally, you did it. And before you doubt those words, before you try to make this moment smaller than it is, listen closely to my voice. I am not shocked because I did not know what you could do. I am not surprised because I ever doubted you. I speak this way because you finally stepped into what I have been waiting for you to believe. You moved when fear was still loud. You chose faith when your hands were shaking. You did what you kept postponing, and heaven took notice. This matters now, not tomorrow, not someday. Now. But I must also tell you the truth, and I will tell it straight. There is a reason this word almost did not reach you. The enemy did not want you to hear this. He wanted you distracted. He wanted you wandering from one empty thing to the next. Because what I am about to speak will expose him. He has been working against you in ways you did not even recognize. In your habits, in your thoughts, in the people you let close. He has been whispering lies into your mind, telling you that you are too weak, too broken, too far gone for me to ever use you. And little by little you started to believe it. That is exactly what he wants. To keep you stuck, defeated, and blind to what I placed inside you. But hear the truth now, spoken from my own mouth. The enemy has no power over a child of mine who stands firm. He can tempt you, he can lie to you, but he cannot destroy you unless you hand him the key. So this message carries two things, and you need them both. It carries my joy because you finally moved. And it carries my warning, because what you just stepped into must be guarded. A door has opened. And every open door draws two kinds of visitors, my purpose and his schemes. Do not let that frighten you. I am not speaking to alarm you. I am speaking to arm you. A father who loves his child does not only celebrate, he also prepares. Today, I will do both. Let me return to the moment itself because I do not want you to rush past it. I saw the breath you took before you said yes. I saw you act while your mind was still full of questions. I saw you decide to stop waiting for perfect conditions. That is why I speak with urgency now, because hesitation has stolen enough of your days, and this season is about movement. Do you feel that mix of excitement and fear inside your chest? That is not confusion. That is awakening. Something in you finally came into agreement with what I have been whispering for so long. And I am calling your attention now so that doubt does not creep in and rewrite this moment. Doubt is a thief that comes quickly after every act of faith. It will tell you that nothing really happened. It will tell you that the step was small, that it changed nothing, that you imagined my hand in it. Do not listen to that voice. Not even for a moment. Stay with me until the end of this message. Do not rush away. This is not noise. This is direction, and I have much more to speak over you today. You are not behind. I want you to hear that clearly, because you have measured yourself against others for too long. You looked at their pace and called yourself slow. You looked at their harvest and called yourself empty. But I do not measure my children against each other. I measure a heart against its own calling, and your heart just answered. You surprised me. Not because I expected little from you, but because you finally believed me enough to move. There is a difference between knowing what a child can do and hearing that child finally say yes. I have always known what you carry. Now you are beginning to know it too. That is what changed today. And because you moved, things are moving. Not everything at once. I rarely work that way. But the ground under your life has shifted, and what was locked has begun to loosen. You could not feel it yet with your hands, but your spirit felt it. That is why you are here listening instead of 100 other places you could be. So let my words settle. Let them reach the rooms inside you that have been shut for a long time. Some of those rooms hold old disappointments. Some hold questions you stopped asking because the silence hurt too much. I am going to walk through those rooms with you today, one by one, and I will not leave a single one the way I found it. This is only the beginning, my child. What you began in courage, I intend to establish in strength. But strength requires truth, and truth requires listening. Not the kind of listening that nods and forgets, the kind that bends a life. So quiet the noise around you. Set down what you were carrying when this word found you. For the next stretch of this road, it is just you and me. And I have waited a long time for this conversation. I am not in a hurry, and I will not speak over your heart. I will speak into it. Breathe slowly. Unclench your hands. What I am about to show you concerns the step you just took, the battle around it, and the road that opens beyond it. Nothing I say today is meant to shame you. All of it is meant to steady you. So hear every word to its end. Declare your amen now if your heart is ready to hear me. Now I need you to know something deeply and clearly. I saw everything. Not just the moment you finally moved, but all the moments before it. The ones no one else noticed. The ones you carried alone in the quiet. I saw the nights you stayed awake, turning the same thoughts over and over, wondering why something that looked easy for others felt so heavy for you. I saw the days you smiled on the outside while feeling stuck and frustrated within. You were never invisible to me. Not for 1 hour of one day. I saw your hesitation, and I did not judge you for it. I understood it. You were not weak. You were carrying more than you ever spoke about. You were trying to be strong while wrestling fear, disappointment, and self-doubt all at the same time. I heard the question you asked in the dark. What if I fail? And I heard the quieter fear underneath it, the one you never said out loud. What if I try, and nothing changes? My child, I heard every one of those thoughts, even the ones that never became words. There were moments you almost gave up on yourself. Moments you thought, maybe this just is not for me. Maybe I waited too long. Maybe I missed my window. I saw you pull back when you wanted to step forward. I saw you delay because you were afraid of being disappointed again. And still, I stayed close. I did not rush you, because your heart was learning something in that long stretch of waiting that no shortcut could have taught it. You were not ignoring me. You were growing even when it felt like nothing was happening at all. I was strengthening you quietly. I was teaching you endurance. I was teaching you discernment. I was shaping your heart so that when you finally moved, you would move with sincerity and not from pressure. That is why I recognized this moment so clearly when it came. This was not a random decision. It was the harvest of everything you walked through. I know there were times you felt misunderstood, even by people close to you. You felt like no one truly knew how much it cost you just to keep going, just to choose hope one more time. But I knew. I counted every time you chose to stay instead of quitting. I received every prayer that sounded more like a sigh than a sentence, and I answered more of them than you realize. Now listen carefully, because I am about to show you what actually happened when you moved. What you did was not about bravery. It was not about talent or strength, or finally having everything figured out. It was about alignment. The moment you acted while still feeling uncertain, your heart came into agreement with my voice. That is what changed everything. For a long time you believed you had to feel ready before you moved. You told yourself that peace had to come first. Confidence had to come first. Clarity had to come first. But that was never my order. I do not wait for feelings to lead. I respond to faith. And faith does not mean the absence of fear. Faith means choosing me while fear is still speaking. There is a difference between feeling ready and being aligned. Feeling ready is an emotion. It comes and goes. It depends on how your week went, on what people said to you, on whether conditions looked right. But alignment is a decision of the heart. It is the moment you stop consulting your fear and start consulting me. Many people spend years waiting to feel ready, and in that waiting, they walk past the very thing I prepared for them. You broke that pattern. You chose movement over comfort. You chose faith over control. And now I need you to release the idea that obedience must be perfect to be powerful. You thought hesitation disqualified you. You thought doubt slowed me down. But I have always worked through imperfect people who were simply willing. Moses argued with me at the burning bush. Gideon asked me twice for proof. Peter sank in the very water he had faith enough to step onto. I used every one of them. What mattered was never how clean the step looked. What mattered is that the step was taken. That is why heaven responded when you moved. Not because you impressed me, but because you trusted me enough to act without guarantees. I was never withholding anything from you. I was waiting for your decision to match what I had already placed inside you. Not punishing you. Not testing you to see how long you would last. Waiting. The way a father waits at the door he already unlocked. When that alignment happened, things began to shift. Doors you could not open with effort will now open with grace. Not because you earned them, but because you agreed with me. This does not mean everything will suddenly become easy. But it does mean you are no longer stuck. You are no longer circling the same lesson. You have crossed a line inside, and the inside always changes before the outside does. I also want to correct a lie you have believed for too long. You thought I was disappointed in how long it took you. I was not. Growth takes time, and maturity cannot be rushed. What matters is not when you moved compared to others. What matters is that you finally moved with a whole heart. I value your sincerity more than your speed. Hold on to this truth. You did not move alone. You moved with me. And when alignment happens, momentum follows. This is why this moment is different from every other time you tried to change. This is why it will not be wasted. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit right now. Now I want to teach you something about what comes after obedience, because the step you took was not the end of anything. It was an entrance. You have crossed into new territory, and new territory must be held. Ground that is gained can be lost again if it is left unguarded. So listen closely, because I am going to show you how the enemy works and how a heart stays free. But first, understand what this season asks of you. It asks for open hands. For years you held your life tightly, guarding every corner of it, deciding that safety meant keeping and control meant peace. That grip is what kept you stuck. The step you took was the first loosening of it. Now I am inviting you to loosen it further, because trust that costs nothing changes nothing. Everything you have passed through my hands before it reached yours. The strength in your body when you rise. The work of your hands. The provision that found you in seasons when the numbers made no sense. You have never once carried yourself, even on the days you were certain you were carrying everything. Remembering this is not a burden. It is a freedom. Because a heart that knows its source can release without fear. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now stay with me, because what I say next will protect everything you have begun. The enemy watched you take that step too. And I want you to understand how he answers a child of mine who starts to move, because he rarely answers with something loud. He answers with something small. He does not need to destroy you. He only needs to redirect you by a few degrees, a small compromise. A little decision you tell yourself does not really matter. A habit you believe you can handle. A conversation you call harmless. He is patient. If he can get you to say yes to something small today, he can get you to say yes to something larger tomorrow. And over time, if he succeeds, you will no longer see the difference between my will and your own desires. You may think it is not a serious thing because your life still looks fine from the outside. You still pray. You still gather with my people. But a door left open does not need to look dangerous to be dangerous. An open door only needs time, and he will not waste the opportunity you give him. My word says it plainly. Be sober-minded, be watchful, for your adversary prowls like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. That was not written as a suggestion. It is a warning from a father who knows exactly how his children are hunted. A lion does not chase the whole herd. It watches for the one who drifts to the edge, the one who stops paying attention. So I ask you now, with love and without accusation, is there something in your life you have been justifying? Something you defend a little too quickly when your conscience raises its voice? You know what it is. You knew it before I finished the sentence. Stop calling it harmless. Close that door before what is prowling outside walks in and makes itself at home. I say this because I remember what the enemy has already taken from you, and I'm not willing to let him take more. You had a calling. You felt it. There was a hunger in you for me, a knowing that you were meant to make a difference. And then something changed. A distraction, a wound, a failure, a relationship that pulled you off the road, and you never fully recovered your footing. That was not random. That was strategy. He did not need to destroy you. He only needed to quiet you, to convince you that your past disqualified you, to keep you busy enough, discouraged enough, distracted enough that your voice fell silent. Because the discouraged child of mine does not walk in purpose, and an insecure one never speaks with boldness. But hear me, I never changed my mind about you. The calling I placed in you did not expire while you were wandering. I still call you. I still choose you. The plans I made for you did not pass to someone else while you sat in your discouragement. They waited, the way a field waits through winter, alive under the surface when everything above looks finished. And you are still breathing, which means it is not too late to take back what was stolen. Return to me fully, not halfway. Recover the hunger you had before the wound. The enemy's greatest fear is not your talent. It is your recovery. A child of mine who gets back up knowing what they now know is far more dangerous to his schemes than one who never fell. So guard the new ground. Watch the small doors. Bring the hidden thing into my light while it is still small, because you have seen what happens when it is fed. This is not a heavy demand. It is the instruction of a father walking his child through territory he knows completely. I see every trap laid ahead of you, and I will name each one in time. For now, hold this close. The step you took opened a door that heaven celebrates and the enemy fears. Keep it open by staying awake. What you guard with me cannot be taken from you. Now I must go deeper, into a place most of my children never let me speak about. I want to talk to you about the hidden things, not to expose you, to free you. Sin feeds on secrecy. The longer a thing stays in the dark, the stronger its grip becomes. Maybe it is a habit you have been fighting in private for years. Maybe it is a thought you would be ashamed to admit you carry. Maybe it is something you did that you have convinced yourself can never be told to anyone. And the enemy leans close and whispers, if people knew, they would turn away from you. He tells you, keep it hidden. Manage it alone, you can fix this yourself. But hear the truth. Hidden sin is the very thing eating the foundation out from under your prayers. My word says, confess to one another and pray for one another that you may be healed. Healing does not come while you protect the thing that is wounding you. It cannot. You are guarding the door of the very room I am asking to enter. And understand this clearly, I already know. Nothing you have hidden was ever hidden from me. I do not ask you to bring it into the light so that you can be humiliated. I ask because confession is where shame loses its teeth. The moment a hidden thing is spoken before me, it stops being a master and becomes a memory in the making. I am not waiting to condemn you. I am waiting to lift the weight. There is something else you have been doing, and I say this gently. You have been silencing my warnings. That uneasy feeling you keep pushing down. That tug on your heart in the middle of an ordinary moment. That quiet conviction that rises when you are about to make the same choice again. Those are not your nerves. Those are me speaking softly, because I always speak softly first. Too many of my children hear that voice and say, it is not a big deal, I will deal with it later. And while they wait, the foothold becomes a fortress. By the time the damage is visible, the pattern is already deep. The cost of ignoring my warnings is not a single punishment. It is distance. Prayers that feel like they stop at the ceiling. A heart that slowly loses its softness. The more you silence my spirit, the fainter my voice becomes to you. Not because I stopped speaking, but because you trained yourself not to hear. This is how people drift from me without ever deciding to leave. No single dramatic moment. Just 100 small refusals to listen. And I am telling you this today because I love you too much to let you drift quietly. I am raising my voice now so you will not have to learn this the hard way. Because here is what happens when my children refuse every gentle warning. I do not abandon them, but I will allow the comfort to break. And some of what you have called suffering in your life was exactly that. The heartbreak, the disappointment, the door that closed in your face. It was not random, and it was not cruelty. It was the moment my voice, long ignored in whispers, finally reached you through circumstances. Some of you were chasing people I never sent, holding on to habits I had already told you to leave, stepping past warning after warning because facing the truth felt too costly. So I let the pain speak where you refused to listen, not to crush you, to wake you. I would rather break your comfort than watch you walk whole and smiling into destruction. That is not harshness. That is the mercy of a father who can see the cliff you cannot. So if you are hurting right now, stop asking, why is this happening to me? That question circles and never lands. Ask instead, what are you saying to me through this? What am I being asked to release? What have I been ignoring? What pattern have I lived in so long that I started calling it normal? Pain examined in my presence becomes instruction. Pain ignored becomes repetition, and you will meet the same lesson again wearing different clothes. The worst thing you can do now is feel the weight of this warning and then go back to how things were. Do not nod at this word and change nothing. A warning that moves the heart but not the hands has done half its work and then been wasted. So act. Today, not someday. Name the hidden thing before me, out loud, in your own voice. Then find one trustworthy soul who walks with me and bring it into the light there too, because chains break faster in honest company. End the pattern you have been protecting. If a certain road always leads you to the same fall, stop walking that road, even if it is the familiar one, even if it costs you something to leave it. And when you have done that, let me do what only I can do. I do not restore my children halfway. When I cleanse a heart, I do not keep bringing up what I have washed. The accuser will try to hand you the old record again and again. Refuse it. If I have released you, you are released indeed, and no voice in earth or hell holds the authority to rechain what I have freed. You wondered why your steps forward always seemed to stall. Now you know where to look. It was never that I stopped moving. It was that something hidden kept pulling the wheel. Surrender it and feel how differently the road runs when nothing in the dark is steering. This is the cleansing that makes room for everything I promised. Do not fear it. On the other side of this honesty is a lightness you have not felt in years. Now let me show you why so many of my children start well and still drift. Because the step you took must become a walk, and a walk is held together by things the world never celebrates. The first snare is feelings. So many of my children follow me only as far as their emotions carry them. When their heart feels warm, they pray. When it feels cold, they wait for the warmth to return. But I never told you to follow your feelings. I told you to follow me. Feelings change with the weather, with sleep, with a single word from another person. If your faithfulness rests on them, it will rise and fall 100 times a year. Anchor your walk in decision, not sensation. The second snare is the absence of discipline. The world says do it when you feel like it. My son said, deny yourself, take up your cross daily, and follow me. Daily. Not when convenient, not when inspired. There is no faithful life without the quiet repetition nobody sees. The soldier trains before the battle, not during it. The farmer plows in cold weather or eats nothing in summer. Do not despise routine. Routine is where I build what emergencies later reveal. The third snare is a starving spirit. You cannot stay close to me while feeding on everything except my word. It is written, man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from my mouth. If you fill your days with empty noise and give me the leftovers, do not be surprised when your faith feels thin. A spirit, like a body, becomes what it eats. Feed on truth and watch your strength return. The fourth snare is compromise, and I have already shown you its anatomy. You cannot walk with me and play with the very thing I asked you to lay down. No one can serve two masters. The divided heart is the exhausted heart, forever negotiating, forever tired. Cut off the compromise completely. Half measures keep the wound open. And the fifth snare is a silent prayer life. Without prayer, you will drift, not might, will. My word says, pray without ceasing, because prayer is not a ritual I demand. It is the lifeline between us. When the speaking stops, the distance begins, and distance is where every lie sounds reasonable. You do not need eloquent words. You need honest ones, and you need them daily. Hear this and let it end the excuses. Staying faithful was never about intensity. It is about consistency. Deny yourself daily. Feed on my word. Never stop speaking with me. That is the whole architecture. Simple to say, costly to live, and worth more than everything it costs. Now I must deal with the enemy that guards the road ahead of you, because I can see it even now, standing between you and the next step. Its name is fear. You are not paralyzed because I have not moved. You are paralyzed because fear told you not to, and you obeyed it. Understand what fear has been doing in your life. Fear says you are not ready. I say I am already with you. Fear says you will fail. I say I will guide you. Fear paints detailed pictures of disasters that have never happened, and you have let those paintings steal real opportunities that were actually standing at your door. Every step you have not taken, hear me, it was not because I had not called you. It was because fear became your master, and you called its voice wisdom. But I never gave you a spirit of fear. That anxious narrator in your mind rehearsing catastrophe is not me and never was. When you feed fear, faith starves. When you starve fear, faith rises. It is that direct. The enemy wins nothing through power because he has none over you. He wins through your silence, your hesitation, your stillness. He wins every day you stay small. And the step you just took proved to you, once and for all, that his voice can be disobeyed and the sky does not fall. Remember that proof. Use it. There is one more thing standing in the road, and you already know what I am going to say. That habit. The one you keep justifying. You say you are ready for more, for calling, for purpose, and I love that hunger in you. But you cannot step fully into purpose while entertaining your poison. That one thing is not harmless. It is weakening you. It dulls your hearing, so my voice reaches you muffled. It drains the strength you need for the very assignment you keep asking me about. I am not hiding your purpose from you. Your own pattern is standing in front of it. You do not need another sign. You do not need another confirmation. You need to put the thing down. If you want me to trust you with more, prove trustworthy with the freedom you already have. The day you cut it off, you will be astonished how quickly the fog clears. Freedom does not begin with a feeling. It begins the moment you stop making excuses. I know these words press hard. I press because the hour matters and because you can bear it now. A year ago, this word would have crushed you. Today, it can build you. That is how much you have grown, even when you could not see the growth. And do not receive any of this as a father's disappointment. Receive it as a father's confidence. I do not sharpen a tool I intend to shelve. I do not prune a branch I have given up on. The vine dresser cuts the branch that bears fruit so it will bear more. The very fact that I am correcting you this closely is evidence of how seriously I take what I'm about to do through you. Speak, I trust you, Lord, if you are ready to leave the old ways behind. Now let your heart grow quiet, because after warning comes promise, and I keep every promise I make. What you started in obedience, I will sustain with my faithfulness. You did not step forward alone, and you will not have to maintain this path by your own strength. I am involved in what concerns you, and I finish what I allow my children to begin. Write that across the doorway of this new season. I finish what I begin. I know you are already looking ahead, trying to predict outcomes and timelines. I understand the hunger for certainty, but listen gently. I do not reveal everything at once, because trust grows in stages. I give you light for the next step, not a map of the whole road. And that light is enough. It has always been enough. The lamp is for your feet, not for the horizon. When you walk with me, your obedience will not be wasted. No act of courage, no quiet surrender, no unseen faithfulness escapes my accounting. Even when progress feels slow, I am moving. Even when doors stay shut longer than you hoped, I am working on the other side of them. My timing protects you from arriving before the door is ready. and from the door opening before you are. I also promise you peace, not the fragile kind that depends on circumstances behaving, the kind that settles the heart while answers are still forming. As you keep choosing me, you will notice a steadiness replacing the old churn of anxiety. Pay attention when you feel it. That calm is not numbness. It is the signature of alignment, the quiet hum of a life that has stopped fighting its maker. And understand something about what lies ahead. There are things prepared for you that the earlier version of you could not have held. Not because you lacked worth, but because weight requires a frame to carry it. A blessing that lands on an unready life becomes a burden, and I do not bless my children into collapse. The person who finally moved, who chose faith while fear still shouted, that person can carry what is coming. So do not envy anyone who arrived faster. Arrival is easy. Remaining is the test. You did not move too late. Hear this and stop rehearsing the years. If you had stepped out earlier, the weight would have bent you. If you had waited longer, the restlessness would have soured into bitterness. My timing is precise even when it is mysterious, and I am not asking you to understand it. I am asking you to stop punishing yourself with a calendar I never held against you. Now, because I love you, let me guard this promise with 3 warnings. They are small, but they decide everything. First, do not seek validation from people who cannot hear what I spoke to you. Not everyone will understand why you moved when you did. Some will question your timing. Some will dress their own fear in the language of concern and hand it to you as advice. Love them, honor them, but do not let their uncertainty rewrite your obedience. I spoke to you, not to them. A word delivered to one heart rarely survives a committee. Second, do not measure your obedience by immediate results. You will be tempted to look for quick confirmation, fast changes, visible rewards, and if they do not appear on schedule, to conclude you heard me wrong. But obedience is proven by consistency, not speed. The seed you planted is doing exactly what seeds do, working in the dark, out of sight, before anything shows above the soil. Do not dig it up to check on it. Leave it in my ground. Third, do not let the past dress itself up as home. There will be moments when the old stillness looks easier than the weight of walking forward, when the familiar cage glows warm in your memory. But remember how heavy that place actually was. Remember the restlessness you carried while pretending it was peace. What I delivered you from is not a refuge. It only photographs well from a distance. Do not go back to it because it is familiar. Familiar is not the same as safe. And in all of this, remember that rest and retreat are not the same thing. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to stop and breathe. But rest in me, not in the old patterns. Lean on me when the road feels long. I never asked you to carry this alone, and I never will. The strength you need tomorrow will be issued tomorrow. Today's strength is for today, and you have it, or you would not still be listening. Do not compare your pace with anyone else's. I am not building you to resemble another soul. I am building you into the one design I had in mind when I formed you, and no one else on earth received your assignment. Your pace is not a problem. Your process is not a mistake. Even on the days you feel weak, I am reinforcing the foundation. Even when you doubt yourself, I remain steady, and it is my steadiness, not yours, that holds this together. I am proud of you for continuing when stopping would have been easier. I am proud of you for refusing to abandon yourself. Let that settle in, not as pride, but as assurance. The fact that you moved at all proves fear no longer holds the final word in your life. It may still speak. It will still speak. But speaking is all it can do now. It lost the seat at the head of your table. So hold on to my promises when emotions rise and fall. Let them anchor you when the night is long and the answers are quiet. I am faithful, and I do not change my mind about those I call forward. What I have begun in you will unfold with purpose, with peace, and with grace. You are held. You are safe in my hands. And the road ahead, step by step, will be lit exactly when your foot needs the ground. Now we come to the moment that requires your answer. Not tomorrow. Not when you feel more confident. Now. What I am asking of you is not perfection. It is decision. Faith is not proven by what you feel. It is proven by what you choose, and today you must choose again. You already took a step, and I received it with joy. But obedience is not a single moment. It is a posture of the heart. I am inviting you into a new way of living, where you consult me daily, where you trust me in small things and large ones alike, where you move with me, not ahead of me in anxiety and not behind me in dread. I know part of you still wants reassurance before every decision. You want to be certain you heard correctly. You want a promise that nothing will go wrong. But certainty is not the soil where faith grows. Faith grows when you trust my character while the outcome is still hidden. I am asking you to place your confidence not in results, but in me. So pray even when you feel unsure. Act even when your voice shakes. Continue even when progress feels slow. These choices are not small. Each one is a stone laid into the life I am building with you. And each time you choose me, the old grip of fear loses another finger. Release the need to control every detail. Control feels safe, but it will exhaust you until there is nothing left of you but management. Trust feels risky, but it is the only thing that will ever set you down in green pastures. I am not asking you to be careless. I am asking you to be surrendered. Bring me your plans, your worries, your hopes, and let me order them. Guard your heart with the same seriousness. Be mindful of what you allow to shape you, what you listen to, what you dwell on, what you speak over your own life. All of it matters. Words are seeds, even the ones you plant in your own soil. Choose words that agree with truth, not fear. Choose thoughts that build faith, not dread. You are responsible for what you agree with, so agree with what I have said about you. I am calling you to consistency, not intensity. You do not need burning emotion to stay faithful. You need quiet commitment. There will be days when obedience feels natural and days when it feels like carrying stone uphill. I will be with you in both, and heaven counts them equally. Let this be the season you stop negotiating with fear. Stop waiting for permission from people. Stop shrinking when you feel exposed. You are not walking blindly. You are walking with me, and a child walking with their father is never truly lost, no matter how unfamiliar the road. Now come close, and let your heart become still, because I do not want to end with instruction. I want to end with peace. You have carried so much pressure, so many thoughts, so many questions that kept you company at night when you wanted sleep instead. Lay that weight down now. Place it in my hands, where it will be safe, and where it was always meant to rest. You are safe with me. I spoke strongly today because I wanted this moment marked in your spirit. You surprised me. Not because I expected you to fail, but because you finally believed me enough to move. You stopped waiting for perfect feelings. You stopped letting fear cast the deciding vote. Carry that truth with you long after my voice fades from this moment. I do not measure you the way people measure you. I look at the heart. I honor the surrender you gave when no one was there to applaud it. So let this settle gently. You are not behind. You are not disqualified. You are not forgotten. I have been with you in the hidden places, and I will be with you in the open doors. The same hand that steadied your first step will steady every step that follows. You do not have to carry the future all at once. I will hand it to you one day at a time, and I will not confuse you. My voice brings clarity. My presence brings calm. When something drives you with panic and shame, examine it, because that is not how I lead. I draw. I do not drag. You still have unanswered questions. I know. You still wonder how everything will unfold. But hear me. Unknown does not mean unsafe. It means you're being invited to trust me deeper than your own understanding. I'm not leading you into anxiety. I am leading you into maturity, and maturity feels quiet. It feels like peace returning to rooms that used to be tense. So breathe. Let your shoulders drop. Let your mind stop racing. I am already ahead of you on the road. I am arranging what you cannot arrange. I am softening what you cannot soften. I am opening what you cannot force. Your task is not to panic. Your task is to stay close. When doubt visits again, and it will, do not debate it alone. Bring it to me. When you tire, rest with me, not away from me. When the old life calls, remember its true weight, not its advertisement. You are not going back, because I am taking you forward. And forward is where everything I promised is waiting. And now, one final truth before I release you into what comes next. What you carry today is different from what you carried before. Before, you carried questions and called them wisdom. You carried hesitation and called it discernment. You carried fear and called it patience. But now you carry proof. Proof that you can move. Proof that when my voice calls, your heart is able to answer. That proof is yours forever. No one can argue it away because it happened. The next time fear speaks, you will remember this day. You will remember that you chose forward, and that memory will carry you across the next threshold and the one after that. This is how I build my children, not in one blazing moment, but in 1,000 quiet ones, laid one upon another until the life I designed begins to stand. You are inside that process right now. Do not despise it. Receive it. Every faithful step from this moment on is a stone set true, a foundation deepening, a life rising, not by your strength alone, but by mine working through your willingness. And that is enough. You are enough for what I am asking, because I am enough for what you will face. Those you love and carry in prayer are not outside this promise. As I have watched over you, I am watching over them, and your obedience opens roads that others will one day walk with you. Go forward now, my child. Carry this peace with you into every room you enter. Let your life become the answer you kept asking me for. What began today is only the beginning, and I will finish what I started in you. If you receive all that I have spoken over your life today, declare, I receive it, amen, and walk forward with me.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Listen closely. What I am about to speak is not a comfort for someday. It is a word for right now in this moment, while these words reach your ears. Your case is closed. Say that again in your heart until it lands. Your case is closed. Today I declared before all of heaven that your situation has an expiration date. The chains that held you, the thing that robbed your sleep, the heaviness that followed you from room to room. I have pronounced judgment against all of it, and that judgment is final. Your miracle is not approaching. It has arrived. Not tomorrow, not at the end of a long road still ahead of you. Now. Right now, while you receive this word, the power of heaven is moving on your behalf. Orders have gone out. Doors are being opened. Obstacles are being cleared from your path. This is not a performance. This is a declaration from the throne. And when I speak, what I say becomes what is. I need you to understand who is speaking to you. I am your Father, the one who created the breath in your lungs, the one who built every chamber of your heart. I know you with a knowledge that goes beyond what you know of yourself. I've watched you carry weight that was too heavy for anyone to carry alone. I've heard the prayers you said out loud and the ones you never finished because the words would not come. I've been present in every room you walked through when you felt most alone. My presence was not absent in those moments. You simply could not feel it yet. I know there were times you thought I had forgotten you, that your prayers rose and scattered and reached nothing, that perhaps your faith was not enough, or that something in you had disqualified you from my attention. I want to speak plainly into that lie. It was never true. Not once. You were never out of my sight. You were never beneath my care. Your name has always been written in my hand, and I have never once been indifferent to what you have faced. I tell you now with all the authority of heaven behind me, the season of waiting is over. Your case has been reviewed, it has been deliberated, and the verdict has been handed down. You are not here by chance. You did not stumble into this moment accidentally. I drew you here. I arranged this encounter between you and my voice, because the time has come. Not a time I am improvising, a time I set in motion long before it arrived at your door. There were moments you stood at the edge of giving up. I know. I was there. I saw you weigh the cost of continuing to believe. I watched you decide, again and again, to get back up. That decision was not small. It mattered. Every time you reached for faith when everything around you argued against it, I noted it. What you endured through those years was real, and so is what is coming now. During all those months and years, I was not still. You saw silence. I was working. You could not perceive it with your natural eyes, but in the unseen place where all things are governed, I was moving. Mountains were being shifted. Roads were being laid through territory that looked to you like nothing but desert. I was not waiting on the sidelines. I was running ahead of you, preparing what you are about to walk into. Think of the walls of Jericho. The Israelites did not watch those walls fall because they were skilled fighters, or because they carried the right weapons. They walked in obedience, and I brought the walls down. That is what I am doing for you now. The walls around your situation, the ones that have stood so long you stopped expecting them to move, are coming down. Not by your strength, by my word, by my decree, by the authority of the one who holds all things in his hands. What is coming toward you is not a small adjustment. It is not a patch on a broken thing. It is a complete and permanent transformation. When I am done, the people who know you will not be able to reconcile who you are with who you were. They will see the living evidence of what I do when I decide to move on someone's behalf. They will not be able to explain it except to say, his God, her God, did that. And they will be right. Your family is going to change. Your provision is going to change. Your health is going to change. Your peace, the kind that does not depend on circumstances, is going to return. Everything the enemy took from your life over the years, I am giving it back. Not in the measure it was taken, in greater measure. That is who I am. I do not restore to the previous level. I restore beyond it. When I open my hand to give back what was lost, I pour out more than was taken. I am that kind of father. I know that the hardest thing about this moment is trusting it. You have believed before and watched days turn into months. You have held on to a promise and felt the weight of nothing happening. I am not going to tell you that was easy. I know it was not. But I am telling you now that the reason you are still standing, the reason you are still here, still listening, still alive in your faith, is because I would not let you fall. I was with you in those silent stretches, and I am with you now. The same hands that held you then are the hands that are opening what comes next. Receive this now. Let it pass through your ears and go deep into the place where you still carry doubt. I am speaking into that place specifically. This word is not for the part of you that already believes easily. It is for the part that has been disappointed, that learned to protect itself by expecting less. I am reaching into that place right now, and I am saying, open. What is coming is real. What I have spoken over your life is certain. And it begins today. Declare your amen if you believe this word is yours. Let me take you inside what happened. Let me show you what took place at the moment your case was closed. My son stood before the court of heaven and placed his hands forward. The same hands that carried the cross, the same hands that bore the nails. He showed the marks, he showed the wounds, and he spoke your name. He said, "This one is mine. This person has already been redeemed. Every accusation brought against them has been answered. The price was paid, in full, on the cross." And at that declaration, every accuser had to step back. Not reluctantly, not after debate. They had to fall silent because there was nothing left to argue. My son's sacrifice is a perfect answer to every charge. When he spoke your name and showed his wounds, the case against you closed. Not temporarily, permanently. There is no court in heaven or on earth that can reopen what my son sealed with his blood. I need you to understand what this means for you today. It means you are not standing before me as someone who has to earn what is coming. You are not waiting to see if you have been good enough, faithful enough, consistent enough in your prayer life. The miracle I am releasing over your life does not depend on your performance. It depends on what was already done. My son carried the weight so you would not have to. His obedience covered your shortfall. His sacrifice answered every debt. Do you remember the story of Mary and Martha? When Lazarus died, both sisters came to my son with grief on their faces. The situation looked final. 4 days in the grave, the stone already in place, the mourners already assembled. From every natural angle, the story was over. But my son did not see what everyone else was looking at. He looked at that tomb and he called out, and what was dead came back to life. That is the kind of God I am. I do not need a situation to look hopeful before I move. I move when I decree it. And I have decreed your time. There are things in your life that look like they have been in the tomb too long. A relationship that went cold years ago and you stopped expecting it to change. A dream you set down because life kept interrupting it. A physical condition that settled in like a permanent resident. A financial situation that became so familiar you stopped praying about it the same way. I see all of it. And what I am telling you is this: none of it is beyond my reach. I am the same God who called Lazarus out. I am the same God who parts rivers and brings water from stone. What looks like a final chapter to you is not a final chapter to me. State, I believe if you know this word is reaching your spirit right now. The enemy has spent a great deal of time whispering to you that your case is different, that what worked for others will not work for you, that you are too old, that it is too late, that too much has gone wrong for too long. I want you to hear this clearly. Every one of those whispers was a lie with a specific purpose. The enemy whispers loudest when what he fears is closest. He has seen what I have prepared for you. He has watched the door I am about to open. And his only remaining strategy is to get you to walk away before it swings wide. Do not walk away. Look at Abraham. When I called him and gave him a promise, his body was already past the age where the promise seemed possible. His wife Sarah had lived her whole life without holding a child. By every human calculation, the promise should not have been able to come true. But I am not subject to human calculation. I spoke, and life came where there was no life. I said it would happen, and it happened. That same power is not a story from an ancient book. It is alive right now. It is present in this moment, and it is moving toward you. Look at Caleb, 85 years old, a generation of wandering behind him. And when the land was divided, he did not ask for something easy. He stood and said, "Give me this mountain." The hardest ground, the fiercest resistance, the territory everyone else avoided. Because he knew I was with him, and that with me, the mountain was already taken. That is the posture I am calling you into right now. Not a posture of asking for something modest, because you have been hurt before. A posture of standing in full confidence that I have not brought you this far to leave you short of what I promised. When I decreed that your case was closed, I also decreed what comes next. Not just the removal of what was against you, the release of what I have been holding in reserve for you. Blessings do not just represent an absence of hardship. They are an active, growing, expanding reality in your life. Favor that opens doors before you knock. Provision that arrives before you feel the need. Peace that holds you steady when the ground around you shakes. That is what I have planned. That is what the verdict released. Not just freedom from, freedom toward. My word does not return to me without accomplishing what I sent it to do. That is written, and it is true. I sent this word to you today with purpose. It carries my authority. It is not merely an encouragement. It is a decree going out over your situation right now, and it will accomplish what I intend. The same voice that ordered light into darkness, that calmed the sea with a sentence, that spoke creation into being. That voice is speaking over your life today. You are on the receiving end of that power. Stand still and let it reach every corner of what has been waiting for change. I want to tell you something about the time that has passed. Not a soft version of it. Not a story that makes the hard parts disappear. The truth is, what you walked through was difficult. There were nights you went to sleep with questions that had no answers yet. There were mornings you got up and carried the same burden you went to bed with. There were seasons where the silence was so complete it felt like weight rather than absence. I am not going to tell you that none of that was hard. It was, and I was present for all of it, but I need to tell you what I was doing during those stretches. Not to explain everything. Some of what I was arranging cannot be fully understood from where you stand, but enough to give you a frame. I was working in the unseen spaces, the conversations you never heard, the doors that were being positioned, the people being moved into place, the circumstances being rearranged. What looked to you like a field gone quiet was a field being turned and prepared. Nothing was sitting still on my end. My work was happening beneath the surface. the way roots travel through soil long before anything breaks ground. Think of the farmer who prepares his land. He clears it. He turns the soil. He removes the stones. He plants in a season that looks like nothing, bare ground, no visible sign of what is coming. He does not see the harvest during that work. But the harvest is coming because the work is real. That is what I have been doing in your life. The preparation was real. The work was real. And now the season has turned. What was planted in those hidden months is about to break through the surface. Here is what I need you to do. I'm not asking you to figure out how this miracle arrives. I'm not asking you to engineer the outcome or force the door open. What I'm asking is this: keep walking forward, one step at a time. Keep your heart open to what I am doing, even when it arrives in a form you did not predict. My provision does not always look the way you imagined, but it is complete, and it is on its way. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. You have prayed in the night when no one was watching. You have given when giving was costly. You have spoken faith out loud when your circumstances made that look foolish. You have sought my face in quiet moments that no one will ever record or celebrate. Every one of those acts of faithfulness was seen, not observed from a distance, seen with the full attention of the one who governs all things. Nothing you did in faithfulness slipped past me. Every prayer you prayed went somewhere. Every act of trust left a mark on the record. And now what was sown in faith is being prepared for harvest. That includes the prayers you said for those you love, the ones you carry in your heart, the ones you bring before me in the quiet. I heard those prayers. I received them. The situation you have been carrying on behalf of others is not outside my reach. I am working there too. The same power that is moving in your own life is reaching into the lives of those connected to you. You prayed and believed on their behalf when they could not pray for themselves, and I honored that. My answer is in motion for them as well. There are signs coming your way, some of them small, an unexpected message from someone you have not heard from in a long time, a door opening in a place you had already stopped knocking, a shift in a situation that had been standing still for so long you stopped watching it. Do not dismiss these things as coincidence. I do not do coincidence. When I move, I leave evidence. These will be my way of saying, I told you. Watch for them. When they come, let them build your faith for the next thing, because what begins now is not one event. It is the beginning of a season. I want to be clear about what I am releasing into your life. It is not a season of barely getting through. It is not relief that lasts a few weeks and then fades. What I am opening for you is a new chapter, one where the chapter title has changed. You have been in a chapter called struggle, called holding on, called enduring. That chapter is closed. The next one is called abundance, called overflow, called the harvest year. And everything in it is already written by my hand. You will walk through it step by step, and what you find there will exceed what you asked for. My beloved, I need you to hear this and hold it. The miracle you are receiving is not just for you. It is for everyone whose life touches yours. When I pour out blessing on one of my children, it does not stop at that person's door. It runs over. It reaches the ones standing nearby. You are going to become a source of what I am pouring out. The ones you love most are going to be reached by what I am doing in your life right now. That is the width of what I have decided. Not a narrow stream just for you, a river that runs wide. I want to speak to your body, not around it, not generally, directly to the physical condition you carry. Whether it is something the doctors named and placed in a file, something you feel every morning when you wake up, or something that has ground you down slowly over years. I see it, I know it, and I am not indifferent to it. The same voice that shaped your body knows every part of it in precise detail. I designed it. I understand it in ways no medical instrument can reach, and I am speaking to it right now. My son healed throughout his time on earth, and I did not heal only as a one-time demonstration. Healing is woven into who I am. My name is Jehovah Rapha, the God who heals, not was, is, present tense. That name is not a historical footnote. It is a living description of my nature, and it applies to your situation right now. I do not look at your physical condition and see a problem too complicated for me. I look at it and see something that is subject to my word. I am moving through your body now, through each place that has ached, each system that has faltered, each part that has struggled to function as I designed it. My healing does not work only on symptoms. It reaches the origin. I go to the root of what has taken hold and I remove it from there. What doctors cannot find, I see clearly. What medicine has not been able to address, my power reaches without restriction. I am speaking restoration to your body right now, and my word does not fail. Receive this. You are going to begin to feel a difference, not because you imagined it, because I declared it. The heaviness that has lived in your body is being lifted. The pain that became so familiar you stopped expecting it to leave. It is leaving. The rest you have not been able to find, the sleep that has escaped you, the mornings that started with exhaustion before the day even began. Those things are changing. I am restoring your strength, not a version of strength that runs out quickly, the kind that renews, the kind that rises again after it is spent. Isaiah wrote what I told him. Those who wait on me will renew their strength. They will rise up as eagles rise. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. That promise was not written for one generation. It was written for you to receive today. I am renewing your strength now. I am replacing the depletion with something new. You are going to feel what it is to have energy in your body again, to move without heaviness, to face the day from a position of capacity rather than deficit. The body I gave you is not finished. It is being restored. I also want to speak to what you carry emotionally, the fear that grabs at you in quiet moments, the anxiety that arrives without warning and makes your chest tight, the weight of what you have been responsible for, the things that press in when everything is still. These are not signs that your faith is too small. They are signs that you have been carrying things that were never meant to be carried alone. I did not build you to hold all of this by yourself, and I am not requiring you to. I am lifting those things now, not by removing the circumstances that created them. I am going to change those circumstances, but before they change, I am giving you peace that exists independently of them. This is the peace I spoke about when I walked the earth, not the peace that the world gives, which depends on things going well. My peace holds when things are in motion, when the situation is unresolved, when the answer has not yet arrived. It stands like a guard between your heart and everything that would unsettle it. You're going to sleep differently. That is not a small thing. Sleep is where I restore what the day spent. When your nights are broken, when your mind runs through the same fears from midnight until dawn, your body and your spirit both pay the cost. I'm giving you rest, real rest, the kind where you close your eyes and the weight releases, the kind where you wake up with something still in you, rather than already spent. I designed rest as a gift, and I'm giving it back to you now. Your mind is being renewed. The patterns of thought that have been running against you, the voice that says you are not enough, the habit of expecting the worst, the way your mind rehearses old disappointments, those patterns are being interrupted. I'm not asking you to force your way to a better outlook. I am doing something deeper than that. I am replacing the foundation that those thoughts stood on. When the foundation changes, the structure built on it changes too. You are going to notice your thinking shift. Not all at once, but steadily, unmistakably. A quieting, a settling, a clarity where there was noise. I want you to understand the fullness of what I am releasing. It is not limited to one area of your life. My healing is not a single fix. It is a tide that comes in and reaches every part of the shore. Your body, your mind, your emotions, your rest, your capacity to engage with each day. All of it is under my hand right now. All of it is being addressed. I do not do partial work. When I restore completely. Not a portion of what was lost, all of it, and then more. My precious one, I made you to live at full capacity, not merely to survive the day, not to endure until something better comes. I made you to live with genuine joy, with real peace, with a body that serves you well, with a mind that is clear and free. That is not a distant hope. That is what I am restoring to you now. The full version of the life I designed for you. Not a reduced version because of what the years have taken. The full version. And it is yours. Stand firm in that. Receive it without apology. It was always meant for you. Now I want to speak about your provision, about the material ground of your life, what you have been able to give, what has come in and what has gone out, the weight of financial struggle that has pressed on you in ways that are hard to explain to someone who has not carried it. I am not speaking around this. I see exactly where you stand. I know which number keeps you awake. I know which bill you have been calculating in your head. I know what you stopped asking for because you stopped believing it was possible. And I am telling you, that ceiling is coming down. The scarcity you have experienced was not my will for you. Let me be direct about that. I did not design your life to be a permanent exercise in barely enough. Scarcity was never in my original intention for my children. There were openings the enemy exploited, patterns inherited across generations, decisions that created debt, circumstances that pressed down at the wrong time. But I want you to understand that I have not been withholding from you in punishment. I have been waiting for this moment, when I could release what I have been preparing. Today, I am closing every door through which the enemy has been draining your provision. Every channel of loss that should not have been open, closed. Every inherited burden that was passed down through your family line and attached to your finances, severed. Every agreement that was made in fear or ignorance that has been working against your abundance, broken. The path is being cleared. And what I am releasing into that cleared space is not a trickle. It is an overflow. There are sources of provision coming to you that you have not considered. You have been praying in a direction, and I am answering from a direction you were not watching. That is one of the ways I work. I honor the prayer, but I choose the path of the answer. Do not lock your eyes on one door. Keep your heart open to unexpected arrivals, because some of what I am sending will not look like what you expected. A conversation you did not plan, an offer from someone you did not think of, a door opening in a field you had not been considering. These are my answers. Receive them as such. If you are employed, I am moving in that place. Increase is coming. Recognition of what you have brought that has gone unrewarded for too long. Opportunities for advancement that have been blocked are being unblocked. If you carry work of your own, a business, a service, a skill you offer, new doors are opening. The clients, the customers, the connections that will bring growth. What stalled is being restarted. What was held back is being released. I am the God who provides, and I know precisely what your situation requires. Declare, I trust you. If you believe that what I am speaking over your finances is real and already in motion. The debt that has pursued you, that persistent voice of what is owed, the weight that makes it hard to plan or hope, I am addressing it. Some of it will be reduced in ways you did not arrange. Some of it will be paid because your capacity to pay is increasing. I am giving you wisdom about how to move, what to do first, what to release, and what to hold. My wisdom is specific, not general. It will arrive as a clear sense of the right step. Follow it. Do not let old habits of fear override what I am showing you. As you obey the steps I give you, the load will lighten, and then it will lift. I am also going to put generosity in your hands. This is part of the fullness I am giving you. Not just enough for yourself, enough to give without it hurting, enough to look at a need and meet it without calculating whether you can afford to. That capacity is part of what I am building in your life. I raise my children up, not just for their own comfort, but so they can become channels of my provision to others. You are going to know what it feels like to give freely. That is not a small thing. That is the life I designed. Think of Joseph, sold into a pit by his own family, imprisoned without cause, forgotten by those he helped. By every reasonable measure, his story should have ended there. But I was in every chapter of that story, and not one of those setbacks was the ending. What his brothers meant for his destruction, I used for his elevation. He emerged from everything they did to him as the one who held the provision for a nation. I am telling you, what was done against you does not have the final word. I have a purpose for what you have been through, and it is larger than the sum of what hurt you. You carry a gift, something you can do that others cannot do in quite the same way. A way you see things, a skill you have built, a capacity that was placed in you with intention. That gift has been dormant, not permanently, dormant. I am waking it up now. I am clearing the space for it to operate. I am connecting you with the people who will recognize it and open doors for it. You are not too old to build. You are not too late to begin. Caleb was 85 when he asked for the mountain. I gave it to him because my timing does not follow the calendar the way human expectations do. What I am giving you is not a short-term correction. It is not a burst of provision that fades after a season. It is a new foundation for your material life. Stable, growing, free from the old patterns that kept you cycling through the same lack. From here, you build forward. From here, what you have serves what you need and goes beyond it. I have spoken it. My word is the deed to what I have promised. What I have decreed over your provision does not expire. It holds. I want to speak about the people in your life, the relationships that have broken, the ones that have grown cold, the ones that were stolen by misunderstanding or distance or choices that cannot be undone by either party alone. I know the ones you still grieve. I know the names that come to your mind when you think about what was lost. Those losses were real, and I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. But I want you to hear this. What is broken is not outside my reach. I am a God who restores what was divided. Where the enemy placed distance, I place reunion. Where he placed bitterness, I place a willingness to let go that neither person could manufacture on their own. Some of the people you have prayed for, who drifted, who chose a different direction, who moved away from the ones who loved them, I have not forgotten them. My hand is on them right now. I am working in their lives in ways that are not yet visible to you. Do not give up the prayer. What you are believing for on their behalf is already in motion. The home you want, the place of real rest, where those you love can gather and be safe, where peace is the atmosphere rather than the exception. I know that longing. I placed it in you, not to frustrate you, not to give you something to yearn for that would never come. I placed it in you because it is part of what I am building for you. I see the image of it in your heart. I know what you want that space to feel like, and I am working toward it. The provision for it is being arranged. The timing for it is under my authority. It is coming. I also want to speak to the loneliness that has been part of your story, the feeling of fighting battles that no one around you fully understood, of carrying concerns in silence because there was no one close enough to carry them with you. That loneliness was painful, and I want to be honest with you. I did not enjoy watching you carry it, but I am telling you now that the season of isolation is ending. I am bringing people into your life who will know how to stand beside you. Real friendship, genuine support, people who will be present in the hard moments without needing the easy ones first. That community is being arranged. Your spiritual authority is being increased. This is a dimension of what I am releasing that I want you to pay close attention to. When you speak in my name, it carries weight in the unseen world. When you pray, those prayers reach my throne and activate my response. What you bind on earth is bound in heaven. What you release is released. That authority has always been available to you, but in this new season, you are going to experience it with a sharpness you have not felt before. Your words of faith are going to land with power. Your declarations are going to shift things. Do not speak carelessly. Speak on purpose. I'm also waking up what has been dormant in you in terms of gifts and calling. The dreams you shelved because life got loud. The ideas you quieted because someone told you they were impractical. The sense of purpose that you carried for years and then stopped talking about because it seemed too far from where you were standing. I am bringing all of that back into focus, not as a distant possibility, as the next real chapter of your life. I'm giving you clarity about what I made you to do, and I'm removing the obstacles that kept you from doing it. You are going to discover that your story, including the hard parts, is something I can use. Not despite what you went through, but because of it. What you understand now, what you carry in your bones from the seasons of difficulty, is something that can reach people who are in a place you once stood. Your experience is not wasted. It is material. I am a God who takes the broken stone and makes a cornerstone from it. What the world would discard, I put at the center of something solid. Receive this. Your best days are not the ones that are already behind you. I know the years of beauty that were real, and I honor them. But I am telling you that what is ahead surpasses what is behind. Not because the past was worthless, because what is coming was designed by me with your full story in mind. I know everything that shaped you. I know what you can carry now that you could not carry before. And I am giving you what fits the person you have become, not just the person you were when this all began. My child, we have walked a long road together. Some of it was terrain I wish you had not had to cross, but you crossed it, and you are still here. And what I see standing before me now is someone who is ready. Not because you feel ready. Ready is not about feeling. It is about being prepared without knowing the full weight of what is coming. You are prepared. I have seen to that. And what is ahead is not going to crush you. It is going to carry you in ways you have been waiting your whole life to experience. If your heart is open to receive everything I have described, the healing, the provision, the restored relationships, the renewed purpose, the spiritual authority, say so. Let that agreement go up from you to me right now. Declare, I receive this. If your heart is open and you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, I want to speak to you now about what this moment means beyond yourself. Because what I am doing in your life does not stop at the edge of your own story. My blessing was never designed to terminate at one person. When I pour out on one of my children, it runs over. It reaches beyond. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you speak to me in your quiet moments, they are going to feel the wave of what I am releasing over you right now. You are not just a recipient. You are going to become a source. Think about what I did with Job. After the season of loss, after the years of not understanding what was happening, after the silence and the grief and the friends who gave wrong counsel, I restored. And I did not restore to the level of what was before. I restored double. Everything that was taken returned in greater measure. That is the nature of my restoration when it comes. It does not arrive quietly and barely. It arrives in abundance, because I'm not a God of just enough. I'm a God of more than enough. And what I do with the lives of those who hold on to me reflects that without exception. The curses that have traveled through your family line, the patterns that kept repeating, the cycles of lack, the same battles being fought by one generation after the next, those patterns are being broken. My son's work on the cross carried the authority to cancel every generational agreement that the enemy held over your bloodline. That cancellation is being applied now. The ones who come after you are not going to inherit the same chains. They're going to begin from higher ground. What you endured and remained faithful through becomes the turning point for those who follow you. Your faithfulness right now has consequences that outlast your lifetime. This is a weight worth carrying. The knowledge that what you are choosing in this season, to hold on, to trust, to remain open, is not just about your own relief. It is about what passes forward. The agreement you are making with my purposes right now is being written into the ground that the ones who come after you will stand on. That is not a small thing. That is a legacy. And I am giving it to you in exchange for the faithfulness you have already shown. There is authority in you now that will increase as you walk forward in this season. The prayer you pray for those around you is going to carry more weight. The encouragement you speak into someone who is exactly where you once were is going to reach deeper, because it is coming from someone who has been through the fire and knows my faithfulness from the inside of it. You are going to be able to stand before someone in the middle of their worst chapter and say with real conviction, "Hold on," not because it sounds right, because you know it is true from experience. That kind of witness cannot be manufactured. It is built over time, and you have been building it. I am opening new dimensions of my presence to you in this season. Not that I was absent before, but there are depths of knowing me that only come to those who have pressed through long enough to reach them. You are at that threshold now. What you are about to discover in your relationship with me will reframe everything that came before it. The hard things will not be erased, but they will be understood differently. You will begin to see the full picture in a way that was not available to you while you were still inside the season of waiting. And what you see will be something worth having gone through everything it took to get here. I need you to understand what else is coming beyond the outward change. Not just the visible provision and the restored relationships and the healed body, but an internal shift in how you carry yourself. You will not walk into rooms the same way. Something in how you hold your ground will be different. Not arrogance, assurance. The kind that comes from knowing with certainty that the God who governs all things has spoken your name and declared your case closed. That knowing changes a person at the root. And I am changing you at the root right now. The life I am building for you from this moment forward is not a life of no challenge. I am not promising you an uncomplicated road, but I am promising you this. You will not walk any part of it without my hand. You will not face any difficulty without my strength being available to you in full measure. You will not encounter any closed door without my authority backing you. You will not carry any burden without me carrying most of its weight. The road ahead is a road I will walk with you, and my walking with you changes what the road is. Step into this now, not tentatively, not with one foot still held back in the old season, with both feet, with the full weight of who you are and what you believe. What I have spoken over your life is not contingent on you being perfect from this point forward. It does not require you to earn it. It requires you to receive it, to open your hands and your heart, and let what I am giving actually arrive. Stop bracing for it to be taken back. Stand in it. This is yours. The one who spoke light into the first darkness. I am the same one speaking right now into whatever darkness has sat over your situation. And what I spoke at the beginning, it appeared. What I am speaking now will appear. Your case is closed. Your miracle is now. My word has gone out over your life, and it will accomplish exactly what I sent it to do. You are going to walk in the fullness of what I have declared. Not one day. Beginning now. Say yes, Lord, if you are ready to step fully into the miracle that has already been declared over your life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. There are only a few minutes here, and they carry more weight than you know. I am speaking directly to you right now because something powerful is about to shift in your life, and I do not want you to miss it. This is not an ordinary moment. This is a divine interruption sent to reach your heart before you walk past it. Do not turn away. Stay with me and listen. I have good news for you. Not vague comfort, not a distant promise. Real good news. Already moving toward you, and it is coming because of something you did. You thought no one noticed. You thought it disappeared into silence. It did not. I saw it, and I have answered it. Let me tell you what I saw. You showed patience when you had every reason to give up. You stayed quiet when everything in you wanted to react. You chose faith while fear stood at your door and called your name. That choice was not small. That choice opened a door in heaven that no hand on earth can close. You have been wondering if your efforts mattered. You have been asking in the quiet hours whether your prayers went anywhere at all. Hear me now. Nothing you did in faith was lost. Every decision you made when no one was looking has been building this moment. What you are about to step into is not luck. It is a response. I know how close you have come to letting go of everything you once believed. I know the silent battles no one else has heard about. You carried them alone, or so you thought. But I was there. I have not left you, and I have not forgotten one promise spoken over your life. Not one. What you are feeling right now is not fear. It is the shaking that comes before transformation. It is the pressure that comes before breakthrough. It is the moment when everything you have been holding in tension finally begins to move. Do not mistake this trembling for danger. It is the sound of a door unlocking. The season is shifted. The time you thought you had to wait through is no longer in front of you. The opportunity is standing here now, in this moment, while my voice is reaching you. I am not asking you to be perfect. I am asking you to be willing. Open your hands. Stop resisting what your spirit already knows is true. I am removing delays. I am breaking patterns that have repeated in your life for years. I am laying down a path you could not have built on your own. You have been waiting for something to finally move in your favor, and I am telling you plainly, it is moving now, not someday. Now! What stands ahead of you is not a small improvement. It is a complete shift, and it will touch every part of your life. The things that held you back will lose their grip. The doors that stayed shut will begin to open. The confusion that sat over your mind like a fog will begin to clear, and you will see what I have seen all along. My child, do not think this moment found you by chance. It was appointed. It was timed. It was delivered at the exact hour you needed it, because I know precisely where you are and precisely what you need. The prayers you whispered when no one else was near did not vanish into the ceiling. They reached me. And this is my answer beginning. You have carried weight that was never meant to stay on your shoulders this long. I am lifting it now. The pressure that made you feel trapped is starting to crack apart. The heaviness that followed you from room to room is losing its hold. I am releasing you from cycles that kept repeating, from thoughts that kept you small, from fears that kept whispering that nothing would ever change. Those fears lied to you. Hear me say it plainly. They lied. You are not going back to who you were because that version of you has finished its work. It carried you here. It endured what had to be endured. But it is not the one who walks forward from this place. Someone stronger walks forward. Someone I have been forming in the hidden places. So do not look away in these next minutes. Do not let distractions steal what has been prepared for you. The enemy of your soul would love nothing more than for you to wander off right before the truth reaches you. He does not want you to understand that your situation is changing. That is exactly why the pull to leave feels strong right now. Recognize it. Refuse it. Stay, and I will show you why your life is about to look different. Stay, and I will explain what your last act of faith set in motion. Stay and receive what I am pouring out, because it was measured for you alone. Not for the crowd, not for someone more deserving. For you. And let your heart settle as you listen. You do not need to strive in this moment. You do not need to prove anything or perform anything. The work of these minutes is mine, not yours. Your part is simple. Remain open, remain still, and let every word find the place in you where it belongs. Some words will land on old wounds. Let them. Some will land on old questions. Let them answer. There is a reason you feel something stirring even now. Your spirit recognizes the voice that formed it. Long before you understood your own story, I was already writing chapters you have not yet lived. This moment is one of them. You are standing inside a page I wrote with joy. This is the turning point between what you have been living and what you were always meant to become. I do not speak such words lightly, and I do not speak them to everyone. I speak them to the one who stayed, to the one listening now, to you. Declare your Amen out loud if you believe this word is for you. Now let me take you behind the silence. There were nights when you felt like nothing was moving. You prayed, and the room stayed quiet. You asked, and the answer did not come. You began to wonder if I was listening at all, or if your words simply rose and scattered like smoke. I heard every one of them. I was not absent in that silence. I was working in places you could not reach and could not see. There were arrangements being made that you knew nothing about. There were obstacles being moved off your road before you ever arrived at them. Some of the things you begged me to hurry were being held back because the hour was not right, not because the answer was no. Understand this about how I work. I do not build in a rush. When I plant deep. When I set a foundation, I set it in ground you cannot see, so that what rises on it will not fall when the wind comes. Much of what I have done for you was done underground. That is why it looked like nothing was happening. Something was always happening. And then came your last act of faith, the one you thought was small. You held your peace when you could have fought back. You stepped back when everything in you wanted to force the outcome. You kept a soft heart when a hard one would have been easier. Heaven does not overlook such things. That single choice moved through my house like a bell. I want you to understand why it mattered so much. Anyone can believe when the answer is already visible. Anyone can trust when the table is full. But you trusted in the dark. You obeyed without proof. That kind of faith is rare, and I treasure it, and I respond to it. What is coming to you now is my response. Do not underestimate quiet obedience. The world honors what is loud. I honor what is faithful. The world applauds the visible victory. I record the hidden one. You chose the right way instead of the easy way, and that choice has positioned you for what I am about to do. It signaled to me that your heart was ready. Nothing along your road was wasted. Not the closed doors, not the long detours, not the people who walked away. Each of those moments was folded into a larger design, and you will see it piece by piece as this new season unfolds. Things that made no sense on the day they happened will make sense from where you are about to stand. There were people who doubted you. Some spoke it to your face. Some spoke it behind your back, and you felt it even when you could not hear it. I saw all of it, and I allowed their doubt to press against you without letting it crush you. It drove you closer to me and further into your purpose. Now they will watch what I do in your life, and they will have no explanation for it. Say, I believe right now if this word is reaching your spirit. You questioned your worth in the middle of all that waiting. You wondered if you were simply surviving, day after day, without direction. Hear the truth. You were never created to drift. You were created with intention, on purpose, for purpose. The restlessness you felt was not weakness. It was your spirit refusing to accept a life smaller than the one I designed. I never agreed with the harsh words you spoke over yourself. Not once. When you called yourself a failure, I called you my child in process. When you said you were too late, I said the appointed time had not yet come. When you said nothing would change, I kept building what is now arriving. My opinion of you has never moved, no matter how many times yours did. Think of the seed beneath the field in winter. The farmer walks the rows and sees nothing but bare ground. But under the frost, the seed is alive. It is drawing strength in secret. It is doing exactly what it was made to do, exactly when it must do it. Then one morning, the field is green, not slowly, suddenly. Your life is that field, and the morning has come. So when the good news reaches you, do not treat it as a coincidence. Do not shrink it down to luck or timing or chance. It is a direct answer, connected to a specific act of trust, delivered by a Father who saw what nobody else saw. When you understand that connection, your faith will grow roots that no storm can pull up. This is also why you must stop replaying your failures. Yes, you stumbled. Yes, there were days you did not act in faith at all. I am not blind to them, and I am not counting them against you. Mercy has covered what weakness broke. I do not build your future out of your worst days. I build it out of my promises, and my promises do not crack. There is one more thing I want you to see about the silence you endured. It taught you to know my voice. In the noise of easy seasons, you might never have learned to hear me clearly. But in the quiet, you learned to listen. You learned the difference between fear talking and your Father talking. That skill is worth more than anything you lost while you learned it, and you are going to need it for where we are going. So lift your head. The record of heaven is not what you feared it was. It does not say forgotten. It does not say passed over. It says faithful in the hidden place, and it says answered. What was set in motion by your quiet trust is now in full motion, and no one can call it back. Now I want to speak about the weight you have been carrying, because it comes off your shoulders today. You have held everything together for so long that holding has become your way of life. You gripped your worries like a man gripping a rope over deep water, afraid that letting go meant falling. My child, I am telling you, you were never held up by the rope. You were held up by me. The load you carried was never assigned to you. Some of it was handed to you by other people. Some of it you picked up yourself, believing that worry was the same as responsibility. It is not. Worry adds nothing to your life but weariness. So today I am prying those fingers loose, one by one, gently, the way a father takes a heavy sack from a tired child. Feel what happens as you release it. The pressure that made your chest tight is breaking apart. The dread that met you each morning is losing its voice. The old cycle, the one that promised change and delivered the same disappointment again and again, is cracking at its base. I am not patching that cycle. I am ending it. Letting go will also touch things you did not expect. Some situations are leaving your life right now, and part of you wants to chase them. Do not. Not everything that leaves is a loss. Some things are removed because they have no place in the future I have prepared. Holding on to what I am taking away only slows down what I am bringing in. You are not losing. You are being repositioned. And now, in this same spirit of release, I ask something of you. Not because heaven is poor, but because your trust must have hands and feet. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Remember Abraham on the mountain, laying down the one thing he could not imagine living without. It was never about taking from him. It was about revealing what ruled his heart. When his hand opened, heaven opened with it, and provision was already waiting in the thicket. That is how I work. The open hand is never left empty. It is the closed hand that cannot receive. Understand the difference between clinging and stewarding. Everything you hold was placed in your care by me, and it flows rightly only when it keeps moving. A river that stops moving becomes a swamp. A hand that stops giving becomes a trap for its own blessing. But the one who releases in faith stays in the current, and the current always carries provision downstream to meet them. Fear of lack has followed your family line for a long time. You learned it early. You watched it shape decisions around you before you could even name it. I am breaking that pattern in you now. You will not pass it on to those you love. Where lack once taught them to shrink, your trust will teach them to stand. This is part of the transformation I am working, not just in your circumstances, but in your bloodline's way of thinking. Do not confuse my timing with my refusal. When provision seems slow, it is being routed, not withheld. There were resources I could not release to you in past seasons because they would have anchored you to the wrong place. You would have built where you were never meant to stay. Now your heart is ready, and what was held in reserve is being loosed. Peace is the first payment of this new season, and it is already arriving. Notice it. Even before your situation changes shape, something in you is settling. Problems that used to circle your mind at midnight are losing their pull. That calm is not numbness. It is the deep steadiness of a soul that has finally put its full weight on me and found that I hold. You will still see waves. I will not pretend otherwise. But there is a difference between a wave that hits a drifting boat and a wave that hits an anchored one. You are anchored now. The same news that once would have sunk you for a week will pass over you like weather. People will notice it before you do. They will wonder how you stay so still while everything moves. You will know. Let me also free you from the guilt of resting. You have believed that stopping is failure, that pausing is falling behind. That belief has driven you past your limits again and again. Hear me. Even I, who never tire, blessed the seventh day and called rest holy. When you rest in trust, you declare that the world is carried by my hands and not by yours. That declaration honors me more than your exhaustion ever could. So breathe. Set it down. All of it. Here. Now. The outcomes you cannot control. The people you cannot change. The years you cannot get back. Set them on my altar next to your offering, and walk down the mountain lighter. What belongs in your future will follow you there. What does not will stay behind on the stone, and you will not miss it. This is how release works in my kingdom. It is never subtraction. It is exchange. You lay down weight and receive wings. You lay down control and receive peace. You lay down what your hands were clutching and discover what my hands were holding for you all along. Now let me tell you what the good news will look like when it arrives, so you will recognize it and not talk yourself out of it. It will come with peace. That is my signature. I do not deliver blessings wrapped in confusion. When something reaches you from my hand, it settles you instead of scattering you. It answers questions instead of multiplying them. Mark this well, because it is how you will tell my gifts apart from every counterfeit. It may come through a person you were not expecting, a conversation that opens a path where there was only wall. It may come through a situation that suddenly turns quietly and without drama in your favor. It may arrive in a form you never imagined, at an hour you did not choose. But when it comes, something in you will recognize it. The way a child recognizes footsteps in the hallway, you will know. Before the fullness arrives, there will be small signs. Do not despise them. A door that opens a crack. A thought that brings unusual clarity. A calm that shows up in a place where panic used to live. These are not coincidences, and they are not your imagination. They are the first light under the door. Morning is behind it. But I must warn you about an old enemy, the memory of past disappointment. You have been let down before. You allowed hope in, and hope seemed to embarrass you. So you built a wall around your expectations and called it wisdom. I understand why you built it, but that wall cannot tell the difference between disappointment and deliverance. It keeps out both. Take it down. What I am bringing is not a repeat of what hurt you. Do not stand at the gate of your new season holding the receipts of the old one. When the blessing comes, receive it with both hands, not with one hand while the other guards your heart. You will not need an exit strategy from what I have prepared. It is meant to stay. Now hear me on restoration, because this word matters for you. There are things in your life that broke, and you quietly decided they were broken forever. A relationship, a calling, a confidence, a joy you have not felt in years. I am telling you that restoration has already begun. It will not look exactly like the past, and that is my kindness, because I do not restore backward. I restore forward. Remember my servant Job. He lost everything a man can lose and still kept breathing. When his testing ended, I did not merely return what was taken. I gave him double. His latter days were greater than his beginning. That is not a story about one man in an ancient land. That is a pattern of my heart, and that pattern is now turned toward you. Remember Joseph in the pit, then in the prison, sold by his own brothers, forgotten by men he had helped. Year after year, his dream looked more like a mockery. Yet every step downward was positioning him for a single morning when he rose from a dungeon to a throne room before the sun set. One day changed everything. I am the same God, and I still do sudden things. Hold those two names close whenever doubt returns, because what I did for them reveals what I intend for you. There is something else you must settle. You do not need anyone's permission to receive this. Some people around you will not understand the change in your life. A few may even resent it. Do not shrink to keep them comfortable, and do not argue to make them believe. What I am doing in you was never submitted to a committee. It required only my word and your faith, and both are present. This journey has been personal from the beginning. The battles were fought where no one could see. It is fitting that the reward carries the same intimacy. Others will eventually witness the results, but the meaning of it will always be between you and me. Guard that. Not everything holy needs an audience. You will also notice that some things which used to wound you now pass through without leaving a mark. An unkind word, being overlooked, the old triggers. This is not because you have grown cold. It is because you have grown rooted. A sapling shakes in every wind. An oak barely notices. You have been becoming an oak in secret, and the proof is showing. One more thing about the arrival. It will fit your life. What I send will not demand that you become someone else to hold it. Counterfeit blessings force you to bend around them. Mine are measured to your calling, like a garment cut for one wearer. When it comes, it will feel less like winning a prize and more like coming home. That sense of fit, of rightness, is another way you will know it is mine. And when the good news lands, remember what to do with it. Build on it. Do not merely celebrate it. A blessing received is a seed, not a trophy. Joseph did not use the throne room to boast. He used it to store grain and save nations. What I place in your hands is meant to move through your hands, to steady others, to open doors for the ones who come behind you. That is when a blessing becomes a legacy. Do not fear that receiving much will change your heart for the worse. I have already tested that heart in the long unseen seasons, and I know what it is made of. The years you thought were wasted proved something to heaven, that you serve me for who I am, not only for what I give. A heart like that can be trusted with more. so more is coming. Let this settle deep tonight. What was eaten by the locust years is being repaid. What the long drought dried up is being rained on again. Not because you earned it with perfect faith, but because I am faithful even to the imperfect, and because I keep every promise I make. Your name is attached to promises I have not forgotten. The repayment has already been set in motion, and it will find you. Something is changing inside you, and I want you to understand it, because the change within always comes before the change around. You have noticed it already. Your thoughts are clearer. Your reactions are calmer. Situations that once sent you spinning for days now pass through you in an hour. You are not imagining this. I am renewing your mind, and a renewed mind is the ground every other blessing grows in. Notice how you make decisions now. There was a time when every choice felt like standing at a cliff edge in the dark. You asked everyone's opinion. You circled the same question for weeks. You waited for a certainty that never came. But lately, there is a quiet knowing that rises in you, steady and unhurried. That knowing is not a mood. It is my guidance, moving through a heart that has finally grown still enough to sense it. Learn to trust that inner stillness, because I speak through it. My voice is rarely the loudest one in the room. It does not shout over your fear or argue with your doubts. It is the calm, unforced impression that remains when the noise dies down. Elijah learned this on the mountain. I was not in the wind, not in the earthquake, not in the fire. I was in the still, small voice. I still am. This is why your confidence no longer leans on other people's approval. You used to measure yourself through their eyes. A compliment could lift you for a day, and a criticism could sink you for a week. That door is closing. The confidence rising in you now comes from a deeper well. It comes from knowing who walks with you. Such confidence does not swagger. It simply stands. Your relationships are shifting too, and I want you to let them. Some connections are growing stronger, truer, more honest. Others are quietly fading, and you have felt guilty about it. Release the guilt. Not everyone who walked with you through the last season is assigned to the next one. Some people were given for a chapter, not for the whole story. Bless them, thank me for them, and let them go with peace. At the same time, I am sending new companions toward you. People who see what I have placed in you and are not threatened by it. People whose presence strengthens instead of drains. You will recognize them by how you feel after being with them. Clearer, lighter, more yourself. Watch for them. They are part of the provision for where you are going. Your appetite is changing as well. Places that once entertained you now leave you empty. Conversations that once excited you now feel small. Even some habits are simply losing their taste. Do not be alarmed by this. You are not becoming dull. You are becoming aligned. The old food no longer satisfies because you were built for a richer table, and you have started to smell the feast. Watch what has happened to your focus. Distraction used to rule your days, pulling your attention in 10 directions before breakfast. Now your energy is gathering around what matters. You think about your purpose more than your problems. You spend less strength on things that never deserved it. This gathering of focus is my doing. Scattered light warms nothing. Focused light starts fires. There is also a new steadiness in how you face trouble. You respond now, where you used to react. You pause where you used to explode. You consider where you used to spiral. This is maturity, and it was forged in every difficult season you thought was breaking you. Nothing about you was breaking. You were being tempered, the way steel is tempered, through heat and patience. Do not miss what has happened to your fear. It has not vanished entirely, and I never promised it would, but it has lost its throne. Fear used to make your decisions, choose your silence, set your limits. Now it is just a voice in the crowd, and you recognize it when it speaks. Recognition is power. What you can name cannot rule you from the shadows anymore. You are also learning the difference between waiting with doubt and waiting with trust. Doubt waits with arms crossed, expecting nothing. Trust waits with the table set, expecting company. You have begun setting the table. I see it in your prayers, which have changed from begging to thanking. Heaven notices when a person starts thanking me for what has not yet arrived. That is faith in its purest form. Even your words are coming under new management. You are slower to speak defeat over your own life. Sentences that used to begin with "I can't" and "it will never" are dying on your tongue before they leave it. Good. The tongue steers the whole ship, the way a small rudder turns a great vessel. As your words line up with my promises, your days will begin to line up behind your words, and your compassion is deepening. The struggles you survived have given you eyes for the ones still inside them. You notice the weary face others walk past. You feel the unspoken heaviness in a room. This tenderness is not weakness, and it is not an accident. It is equipment. Some of the doors ahead of you can only be opened with a gentle hand, and I have been shaping yours. All of this inner work has a purpose beyond your comfort. I am preparing you to carry weight, the good kind, the weight of responsibility and influence. Doors are ahead that require this new steadiness. Assignments are ahead that require this new focus. If I had given you the next season with the old mind, it would have crushed you. Instead, you will stand in it, because the person entering it is not the person who prayed for it. So do not despise how long the shaping took. A potter does not apologize for the wheel. Every turn had a reason. Every pressure point was placed by hands that love you. And now the vessel is ready for what it was always meant to hold. You are not almost ready. You are ready. The next thing I hand you, you will be able to carry. Declare, "I receive it," if your heart is open to what I am placing in you. Now I want to speak about the crossing, because every promised land has one. Between where you have been and where you are going, there is a stretch of ground that belongs to neither. It can feel like a desert. The old securities are behind you, and the new provision is not yet visible. Many people turn back here. You will not, because you will understand what this ground is for. The desert is not punishment, and it is not delay for its own sake. It is where I teach a person to walk by what I said instead of what they see. Israel crossed one on the way to promise. My own son walked one before his work began. The pattern is consistent. The wilderness comes before the inheritance. If you are in dry country right now, it is not a sign you are lost. It is a sign you are en route. And hear this about deserts: I feed people in them. Manna did not fall in Egypt. It fell in the wilderness, morning after morning, enough for each day. Water did not come from the rivers there. It came from a rock in the exact place no one expects water. I'm not waiting for your circumstances to improve before I provide. I provide in the middle of the impossible. That is where my provision is most unmistakable. Think also of a river finding its course. It does not argue with the mountain. It does not stop at the boulder and despair. It moves, it searches, it presses, and it always finds the low path through. In time, the river carves stone, not by force in a moment, but by persistence in one direction. Your life is finding its course the same way. What blocks you today is being worn through even now. Keep flowing. The seasons teach the same lesson. No winter has ever held back a spring. Not once in all the ages of the earth. The trees do not panic in February. They stand bare and wait, because the sap already knows the appointed time. Your long winter is ending, and you can feel the first thaw in small ways. Do not let anyone convince you that winter is permanent. It has never been permanent. It is not starting with you. While you cross, keep a watchful heart, because doors in this season will open suddenly, not gradually with weeks of warning, but all at once, the way Peter's chains fell in a single night. When a sudden door opens, you will not have time to circle it for a month. You will need to walk through while it stands open. This is why I built decisiveness into you during the quiet years. It was for these doors. Do not fear making the wrong move if your heart is set on following me. A ship must be moving for the rudder to work. If you take a step in sincere faith and it needs correcting, I will correct it. I am far more able to redirect a moving servant than the world is able to ruin one. The only step I cannot bless is the one never taken. So when the moment comes and something in you says now, move. You will also face the temptation to explain this season to everyone. Resist it. Nehemiah inspected the broken walls at night quietly before he ever announced the rebuilding. Some works must be guarded in silence until they are strong enough for daylight. Not every voice around you carries faith, and doubt is contagious in the early days of a fragile assignment. Share the fullness later, from inside the finished walls. There is a stillness I want you to carry through the chaos of transition. The world around you may be loud, circumstances may shift week to week, but the person who knows where they are going can walk calmly through a crowd that is running in circles. Your peace in this crossing is not denial, it is intelligence. It comes from information the anxious do not have. You know who arranged the journey. Let me say a word about the pace of things, because it will not be what you expect. Some parts of this new season will move slower than you want. Others will move faster than you thought possible. Do not measure my schedule with your clock. I make no idle moments and I miss no appointments. The pieces you are waiting on are being set with the care of a master, placing stones in a crown. Rushed work is for those who fear running out of time. I do not run out of time. And while you cross, remember the ones walking near you. Those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, are watched over by the same eyes that watch you. You have feared for them in the night hours. You have wondered if your prayers for them accomplish anything. They accomplish more than you know. Seeds you planted in prayer years ago are still alive in their soil, and some are closer to breaking ground than the surface suggests. Keep praying. Nothing prayed in faith is ever filed away and forgotten. You are not crossing this ground to arrive at mere comfort. Comfort is a resting place, not a destination. You are crossing toward assignment, toward a life where what you have suffered becomes useful, where what you have learned becomes bread for someone starving for it. The deepest satisfaction you will ever feel is not in receiving your blessing. It is in becoming one. So take stock of where you stand tonight. Behind you, a wilderness that did not kill you, and lessons no school could have taught. Ahead, ground I have already walked, prepared, and appointed. Above you, a Father who does not blink, does not sleep, and does not lose track of a single step you take. With that map, you can walk the rest of this crossing unafraid. The far bank is closer than it looks. Now we come to the threshold, and I want you to hear this part with your whole heart, because a chapter of your life is closing tonight. Not fading. Closing. The long season of wondering whether I heard you is ending, and the season of watching me answer is beginning. There is a difference between believing in the dark and walking in the light, and you are about to learn it firsthand. The good news I promised at the beginning of these minutes is not a single event. Understand that. It is a doorway, not a destination. What comes through it first, the relief, the shift, the answer you have been waiting for, is only the opening of something larger. Do not receive it and sit down. Receive it and follow it, because it leads somewhere. Every blessing I give has a direction built into it. Your faith is about to become visible. What you have carried inwardly, quietly, sometimes with embarrassment, is going to take shape in the world where others can see it. This was always the design. Faith is planted in secret, but harvested in the open. When it happens, remember these minutes. Remember that you were told beforehand. Let the memory anchor you so that when the change comes, you greet it as an arrival, not an accident. And when others ask what happened in your life, and some will ask, tell them plainly. Not to prove anything, not to win an argument. Simply speak of what you have seen, the way a witness speaks. One voice saying, "I asked and he answered," carries further than 100 books of clever arguments. Your story is about to become a lamp for people you have not met yet. That is one of the reasons it had to be a story worth telling. Let me tell you how to walk in this new season, because new ground asks for new footing. Walk in gratitude first. Thank me early, thank me often, thank me out loud. Gratitude keeps the heart soft and the eyes clear. The one who counts blessings never runs out of things to count. The one who counts grievances never does either. You become an accountant of whatever you tally. Tally mercy. Walk in obedience second. When I nudge you, respond. The nudges will be quiet and they will sometimes seem small. Speak to this person, be still today, release that grudge, take that step. Small hinges swing large doors. Most of the great turns of your life ahead will begin as whispers, not commands from a mountaintop. The practiced ear and the willing heart will find my path effortless to follow. Walk in generosity third. You are stepping into a wider place, and wider places are given so that more can flow through them. Keep your hand open as a way of life, not as a single act. Give quietly, give gladly, give when it is not convenient. The measure you use will be the measure returned to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. That is not a technique for gaining. It is the physics of my kingdom. And guard your peace like a treasure, because it is won. There will be voices in the new season just as there were in the old. Voices of comparison, voices of hurry, voices of fear dressed in reasonable clothes. You now know what my voice sounds like. You learned it in the wilderness at real cost. Never trade that discernment away. When a voice steals your peace, you have already identified its author. Forgive quickly in the days ahead. I say this because blessing has a strange way of surfacing old wounds. When your life rises, someone from a former season may return, and old aches may return with them. Meet them without bitterness, whatever you decide about closeness. Bitterness is a chain that binds you to the very moment that hurt you. I am not asking you to pretend nothing happened. I am asking you to release the debt to the only judge who rules justly and walk on free. Watch over your thoughts as a city watches its gates. The transformation I have worked in your mind must be kept, the way a garden must be kept after it is planted. Weeds do not announce themselves. They return quietly, an old fear here, an old lie there. Pull them early. Fill the ground so full of truth that falsehood finds no room. Whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is pure, let your mind live among such things, and your mind will guard your life. Keep the habit of speaking with me, even when the urgency is past. Many only remember the door of heaven when trouble drives them to it. Do not become one of them. Come in the glad mornings as well as the desperate nights. Bring me your plans while they are still small, your questions while they are still forming, your joys while they are still warm. A conversation kept alive in the calm does not have to be rebuilt in the storm. And stay near to me. This is the sum of all the rest. Not near to the idea of me or the memory of this moment, but near to me daily in the plain and unremarkable hours. A branch does not visit the vine on difficult days only. It abides, and because it abides, fruit is not a struggle but a season. Everything I have spoken over you tonight flows from this nearness. Keep it, and nothing on the road ahead will be too heavy. Now receive my blessing before you rise and go. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper past what your effort alone could explain. I bless your going out and your coming in. May the roads you take be guarded, and the rooms you enter be changed by what you carry. I bless your nights. May sleep come easily, and may the peace that passes understanding stand watch at the door of your mind until morning. I bless the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer. May the seeds you have planted for them break ground in their appointed time, and may your eyes be open to see it. I bless what is behind you. May every scar become wisdom, and every loss be repaid in a currency greater than what was taken. And I bless what is ahead of you. May you recognize each door I open, walk through it without fear, and find me already inside. You came to these minutes weary, wondering if anything would ever change. You leave them appointed, answered, and expected. The good news is in motion. The door is unlocked. The season is turned, and heaven is not waiting for a better version of you to begin. It has already begun. Lift your head, my child. Walk forward into what has always been yours. Say, "Yes, Father," out loud if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened for you.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, be still for a moment and listen to what your heart has known for a long time. You were never made to walk through this life feeling lost or forgotten. Every morning you rise carrying worries you do not speak aloud. Quiet fears, tired thoughts. I know each one, and today I am answering them. Something is going to shift in you as you hear these words. Not because the words are clever, but because I am in them. I have watched you long enough. Now I am speaking, and I am asking you to listen closely. Have you felt the restlessness lately? The sense that something is ending? The strange discomfort in places that used to feel like home? You have wondered if something is wrong with you. Nothing is wrong with you. Your spirit has recognized what your mind has not yet understood. I am moving you. Where you have been living is not where you are going. What you have known is not what I have prepared. The season is turning, and the change begins now, as my voice reaches you. This is not a small adjustment. This is the lifting of your whole life from one ground into another. Do not fear that word, moving. I do not uproot to harm. I uproot to plant. A vine left in shallow soil will never bear the fruit it was made for. So the keeper of the vineyard lifts it, roots and all, and sets it in ground deep enough to hold its future. That is what I am doing with you. The shaking you have felt is not destruction. It is my hands around the roots. Think of the caterpillar wrapped in its dark cocoon. From the outside, nothing seems to be happening. It looks still, it looks finished, but inside, an entire transformation is underway. That has been your life in this last season. The stillness was not emptiness. It was work you could not see. You are not falling apart. You are being put together in a new arrangement, piece by piece, in a way that will one day make perfect sense to you. I do not waste seasons. I do not waste silence. Even the days that felt like nothing were doing something. I know your heart has been heavy. You have carried worry like a stone in your chest, waking with it, sleeping with it still there. Hear me now. Fear does not get the final word in your story. I do, and my word over you is good. You were not made by accident. You were shaped with care and with a purpose that belongs to you alone. There is a light in you meant to reach people far beyond what you can imagine. It has been covered for a while. It will not stay covered. Part of this move is my hand lifting the covering. Picture a tree planted beside a flowing river. The sun beats down, the dry months come, and still the tree does not wither, because its roots drink from a source that never runs dry. That is the life I made you for. Stay joined to me and you will bear fruit in the right season, and no drought will touch what I sustain. A tree like that does not panic when the wind rises. Its branches sway, its leaves shake, but it stands, because what holds it is beneath the surface, where no storm can reach. Your strength works the same way. People see the smile you wear and the way you keep showing up. I see what holds you, hidden and deep, and I am the one holding it. So when you feel you have nothing left to give, remember where your strength comes from. It was never your own tired arms. It was never your worn spirit pushing through one more day. It is me, underneath you, closer than your next breath. When doubt creeps in during the quiet hours of the night, hold to what you know is true. I have carried you this far. I am not setting you down now. Take a breath right now as you listen. Let your shoulders drop. You are not alone in this, and you are not behind. Everything you are facing has already been measured, and none of it is stronger than the one who walks with you. Success is not a question in your future. It is a decision I have already made. Some things never change, and I am one of them. The promises I spoke over your life are still standing, as solid today as the day they were spoken. So keep walking. Be brave as you move forward, because your steps are being guided by wisdom far greater than your own. I am leading you toward a place of peace and abundance, even on the days the road makes no sense to you. Whatever tomorrow holds, you do not need to fear it. The way has already been prepared before you take the first step. No trouble that rises against you is greater than the love that surrounds you. My peace wraps around you like a covering, and my light goes ahead of you into the darkest stretch of the path. You will not be left behind. You will not be forgotten. Your greatest strength as you move into this new season is simply knowing how deeply you are loved. Not loved in a general way, from a distance, as one of many. Loved by name, loved on purpose, loved with a love that decided on you and has never once looked away. This is why I have come to you today before this day ends, because the move has begun, and I did not want you to walk into it confused. I wanted you to hear it from me. Where you have been is not where you are going. Receive that, and let it settle deep. Declare your amen now if your heart is open to receive this word. Before I show you where you are going, let me remind you how you have been kept. Think of a shepherd with his flock. He does not lead from far away. He walks among the sheep. He notices which one is limping, which one has wandered too close to the ravine, which one is simply tired and needs to be carried for a while. That is how I have cared for you. You were never one face in a crowd to me. I have noticed you individually, led you personally, and waited for you patiently, even when you wandered, even when you were slow to follow. even when you needed to be carried more often than you would like to admit. I lead you to green pastures. I bring you to quiet waters. When you have walked through the lowest valleys, I did not send help from a distance. I came down into the valley myself and walked it with you. That has been true in every season, including the ones where you felt nothing at all. Now hear this, because it matters for the move ahead. You cannot carry your old burdens into your new dwelling place. You were never meant to haul the heaviness of your past forever. The old pain, the old guilt, the memories that weigh you down more than they teach you. I dealt with all of it long ago. It is finished business. Picture yourself walking along a shore, a heavy sack over your shoulder, filled with stones you picked up along the way. Each stone a mistake, each stone a regret, each stone a moment you wish you could take back. Every step is harder because of that weight. Now picture setting the sack down at the water's edge and watching the tide pull it out farther and farther until it disappears. That is what my forgiveness does. It does not lighten the load. It removes it entirely. As far as the east is from the west, that is how far I have carried your failures from you. So you do not need to defend yourself to people who only want to remind you of who you used to be. Those who judge you for things long buried are usually avoiding a look at their own hearts. Do not let their opinions shape how you see yourself. I have spoken over you, and my voice outranks theirs. Some days the same old struggles will return wearing different faces, hoping to wear you down. When that happens, do not run to noise and distraction. Come to me instead. Sit in stillness. Let your heart speak honestly about what it carries, and let me answer. That is where your strength gets rebuilt. And do not let worry about provision steal your peace. Look back for a moment. Remember the times you did not know how you would make it through, the debt you could not pay, the news that frightened you, the door that seemed shut forever. And yet here you are. A way appeared that you had not planned, more than once. Those moments were not luck. They were me. That same faithfulness is not behind you. It is ahead of you, already at work in the places you have not reached yet. What I did before, I will do again, and I will do more. I remind you of this because trust is the road you will travel on in this next season. Not certainty, trust. You will not always see the whole path. I never show the whole path at once because I am not only leading you somewhere, I am building someone. The building happens on the walk. There is strength in you that you have not yet had to use. Reserves you do not know exist until the day calls for them. You have come through every hard day you have ever faced. Every one. That is not a small record. That is evidence of who has been with you. And whatever you are dreading about tomorrow, understand this. You are looking at tomorrow while holding only today's strength, and that is why it looks impossible. I do not give tomorrow's strength today. I give it when tomorrow comes, in full measure, exactly on time. I have never once been late with it. You have also spent years waiting for someone to notice your effort, waiting for applause that never came, waiting for recognition that always seemed to land on someone else. Listen to me. None of your quiet work escaped my attention. The early mornings nobody witnessed. The times you helped someone and told no one. All of it is written down with me, and all of it matters. Think of a gardener tending a plant in a forgotten corner of the yard. No one applauds the watering or the weeding or the patient waiting through months when nothing seems to happen. Then one day the plant blooms and everyone notices the flower, never knowing the years of quiet care that made it possible. You have been that gardener. Your bloom is coming. There have been people who never understood the weight you carried, who saw the surface and assumed you were fine because you smiled. That is not a flaw in you. It is proof of how strong you have had to be. But in this new season, you do not have to pretend. You are allowed to be honest about your struggle. Honesty is a doorway, and healing walks through it. So set the weight down. Let me hold what you have been holding. You have carried enough for one season, and the next season does not require it. It requires open hands, a listening heart, and the willingness to follow when I say walk. I am about to name the places I am moving you from and the places I am moving you to. 7 movements. 7 transfers from old ground to new ground. Each one signed by my own hand, and each one already in motion over your life. Stay with me because you need to hear all 7. Say I believe right where you are if this word is reaching your spirit. Here's the first movement. I am moving you from scarcity into abundance. You have lived in the land of not enough for too long. It became so familiar that you began to treat it as home. You learned to expect the shortfall, to brace for the lack, to shrink your hopes down to the size of what seemed possible. That land was never your inheritance. I have kept a record that no ledger on earth contains. Every seed you planted in faith. Every portion you released when reason told you to hold back. Every time you blessed someone else while you yourself were lacking. None of it was lost. All of it was counted, and all of it has been growing toward a harvest. But hear me carefully. A harvest cannot be delivered to a heart still living in lack. So I'm not merely increasing what you have. I am changing where you live. I am moving you out of the region of barely surviving into the land of more than enough. You will not visit abundance occasionally. You will dwell there. I will supply all your needs according to my riches, not according to your wages, not according to the economy of men, according to the wealth of my glory. That is the measure. Watch for it. Provision will begin arriving from directions that make no sense on paper. Doors will open that you did not knock on, and you will know the ground under your feet has changed. There is a part you play in this movement, and it is the same part the sowers of old have always played. Faith that stays in the heart and never reaches the hands is only a feeling. Trust becomes real the moment it costs something to express. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Remember the widow who gave her 2 small coins. Others gave from their surplus and felt nothing. She gave from her need, and I have told her story to every generation since. It was never the size of the offering I measured. It was the size of the trust behind it. A seed that never leaves the sower's hand never becomes anything more than a seed. Released into the ground, it becomes a field. Now hear the second movement. I am moving you from rejection into acceptance. You have lived too long in the house that rejection built. Rejection from family who should have celebrated you. Rejection from friends who should have stood by you. Rejection from doors that should have opened at your knock. Each one added a brick, until you were walled in by the feeling of being unwanted. Some of those walls you learned to decorate. You told yourself you preferred being alone. You told yourself you did not need anyone's welcome. I know better, and so do you. The ache of being left outside never fully went away. It shaped how you enter rooms. It shaped how quickly you expect people to leave. But rejection was only ever a place you stayed. It was never who you are. And I am moving you out. My own son knew rejection in full. He was despised and turned away by the very ones he came for. He was cast outside the city so that you could be brought inside the family. The price of your acceptance was paid in full, and I do not pay for things I do not intend to claim. So the walls are coming down. I am bringing you into a place of belonging. People will welcome you who have no earthly reason to. Rooms that once closed to you will open at your approach. A community will receive you that you thought would never make space for you. And slowly the flinch in you will soften, because your heart will learn its new surroundings. You will know this movement is complete when the old rejections lose their sting. When you can remember the ones who turned you away without your chest tightening. When you stop rehearsing the arguments you never got to make. That freedom is part of the inheritance. I do not just change your circumstances. I heal what the old ones did to you. Accept one another, I have said, as my son accepted you. Notice the order. He accepted you first, before you cleaned yourself up, before you proved anything. Your acceptance was never a wage you earned. It was a decision I made. Now I am simply bringing your daily life into agreement with what has been true in my heart all along. And understand this about both movements, the one out of scarcity and the one out of rejection. They are connected. A person who believes they are unwanted will also believe they deserve little. When you learn how welcome you are, you will stop apologizing for hoping. You will ask largely because sons and daughters ask differently than strangers do. So lift your head. The land of not enough is behind you. The house of the unwanted is behind you. You are walking, even now, toward open doors and a set table. I prepared both before you ever knew to want them. There are 5 more movements to name, and each one reaches into a different room of your life. Your mind, your body, your friendships, your purpose, your timing. I am leaving nothing untouched because a half-moved life is a divided life, and I have never done half a work in anyone who trusted me. Stay with me now. The next movement touches the battle you have fought the longest, the one inside your own thoughts. The third movement is this. I am moving you from confusion into clarity. Your mind has been living in a fog, thoughts that never settle, directions that all look equally uncertain. Decisions made in that fog have cost you years, and some have cost you people. You were not foolish. You simply could not see, and no one walks straight through a mist. I am not the author of that confusion. I never was. I am a God of peace, and peace is the climate of the place I am bringing your mind into. The fog is lifting, even now, as you listen. Lying voices that clouded your thinking are being silenced. Distractions that scattered your focus are being swept from your path. Within days, something you have wrestled with will suddenly make sense. A decision that has sat heavy on you will become simple. A direction you doubted will become obvious. Do not credit coincidence when it happens. It will be my hand wiping the glass clean so you can finally see what was always there. Clarity changes more than decisions. It changes rest. A clear mind lies down at night and actually sleeps. A clear mind hears my voice without straining, because it is no longer drowned out by 100 competing worries. That quietness of thought is part of your inheritance, and I am handing it to you now. The fourth movement reaches into your body. I am moving you from sickness into health. Your body has been dwelling in a place it was never designed to inhabit. Pain that became so constant you stopped mentioning it. Weariness you learned to schedule your life around. Limits you accepted as permanent roommates. Hear my word over your frame. I am the Lord who heals you, not who might heal, not who could if conditions allow, who heals. Present tense, active. I knit your body together in the first place, and I have never forgotten how it works. So watch what begins to shift. Pain that was constant will start to loosen its grip. Strength that was drained will begin returning in the mornings. What was declining will steady, and what was steady will improve. Some of it will come through rest and wisdom, some through the hands of skilled healers I have placed in your path, and some will simply defy explanation, because I reserve the right to do what no one can trace. Your youth will be renewed like the eagles. That is not poetry for someone else. It is a promise with your name inside it. Care for the body I gave you, honor its limits without worshiping them, and trust me with what is beyond your reach. Health is where I am taking you. Let your expectations move there ahead of your symptoms. Now the fifth movement, and listen closely, because this one touches the loneliest room in your life. I am moving you from isolation into connection. You have felt alone even when surrounded, unseen even in crowded rooms, disconnected even inside relationships. That isolation was never natural to you. It was a strategy against you. The enemy of your soul has always understood something simple. Alone, you are easier to discourage. Alone, your doubts go unanswered and your fears go unchallenged. So he worked to wall you off, to convince you that no one would understand, that reaching out was weakness, that solitude was safety. It was a cage painted to look like a shelter. I am tearing it down. I set the lonely in families. That is my ancient pattern, and I have not retired it. Even now I am gathering people toward you, people who will understand you without long explanations. People prepared for you during the same years you were being prepared for them. Companions for the road ahead, not spectators of it. Two are better than one, for if either falls, the other lifts them up. You have done too much falling with no one there to lift you. That season is closing. A knock will come, a conversation will start, a bond will form, and it will feel strangely like home. When it happens, do not retreat out of habit. Open the door. It will be me on the other side of it, wearing the face of a friend. And connection will ask something of you, too. You will need to let yourself be truly known, not just seen from a distance. You will need to say out loud, at least to a trusted few, that you do not have it all together. That kind of honesty is not a failure. It is the toll gate on the road out of loneliness, and it costs far less than the isolation did. There is a reason I am moving your finances, your heart, your mind, your body, and your friendships, all in one season. These rooms are not separate houses. They lean on each other. A clear mind guards a healing body. A true friend steadies a hoping heart. Abundance shared builds the very bonds that hold you. I am not patching one wall. I am rebuilding the whole dwelling. So take stock of what I have named so far. Out of scarcity into abundance. Out of rejection into acceptance. Out of confusion into clarity. Out of sickness into health. Out of isolation into connection. 5 movements, all in progress, none of them waiting on your perfection. They wait only on your willingness to walk forward and not look back. Perhaps you are asking why now? Why, after all these years, would everything move at once? Because seasons belong to me and I do not consult the calendar of men. The tree does not negotiate with spring. When the appointed time arrives, the sap rises, and nothing that happened in winter can vote against it. Your appointed time has arrived. This is why the restlessness came. This is why the old places stopped fitting. 2 movements remain, and they are the deepest of the 7. One concerns how the world sees you. The other concerns the hour you have waited for the longest. Lean in now, because I saved these for last on purpose. The 6th movement is this. I am moving you from obscurity into visibility. You have been hidden, not overlooked by accident, hidden on assignment. There is a difference, and you need to understand it, because misreading this season has hurt you more than the season itself ever did. Your gifts were passed over. Your work went uncredited. Your voice was talked over in rooms where you had the most to offer. You concluded that you did not matter. That was the wrong conclusion. A treasure is not worthless because it is buried. Some things are buried precisely because of their worth. I hid you the way a swordsmith keeps a blade in the forge, not because the blade is forgotten, but because it is not finished. Had I revealed you earlier, the attention would have bent you before your character could bear the weight of it. I have watched many gifts rise faster than the soul carrying them, and I love you too much to let that be your story. But hear me now. The season of hiding is over. You are the light of the world, and a city set on a hill cannot be hidden. No one lights a lamp to put it under a basket. It is set on a stand, where it gives light to the whole house. You have lived under the basket long enough. My hand is on the basket, and I am lifting it. Recognition will begin finding you without your chasing it. An opportunity will place you in front of the right people. Your voice will carry into rooms you never pushed your way into. And understand why. Not for your glory, for my purpose. The world needs what I put in you, and I intend for the world to receive it. Visibility in my kingdom is not vanity. It is stewardship. When it comes, stay low in your own heart. The same humility that carried you through hiddenness will keep you safe in the open. Trees with shallow roots cannot hold up heavy branches. Yours go deep. That was the point of the buried years. And now the seventh movement, the one that gathers all the others inside it. I am moving you from delay into destiny. You have lived at the edge of almost for years, almost breakthrough, almost healing, almost the life you sensed you were made for. Everything close, nothing arriving. You began to believe that almost was your permanent portion. It never was. The delays had reasons, some of them protective, some of them preparatory, and some of them the resistance of an enemy who feared what your arrival would mean. But whatever held the door, hear this. The hold has been lifted. What blocked you has been overruled. The file of accusations against your future has been closed by my own hand. I know the plans I have for you. Plans for your good and not for your harm. Plans to give you hope and a future. Those plans are not an idea floating somewhere ahead of you. They are a place, prepared and furnished, and I am walking you into it now. Not when you are perfect, not when circumstances align. Now, you will feel the difference before you can explain it. Things that always stalled will begin to move. Efforts that always leaked will begin to hold. The strange friction that surrounded your steps will be gone, and you will wonder at how doors simply give way. That is what it feels like to stop pushing against a delay that I have ended. Think of the potter and the clay, because this explains the years you have questioned. The potter does not rush the wheel. Sometimes his hands press firmly. Sometimes the vessel is pressed down and reworked entirely before it becomes what it was meant to be. If your life has felt reshaped again and again, none of it was wasted motion. Every form you passed through was necessary to reach the form you were made to hold. The vessel is finished now. It is time for it to be filled and used. Or think of gold in the furnace. Gold does not become precious sitting untouched in the ground. It passes through fire, and the fire takes nothing from it except what was never gold. If these last years have felt like heat, understand what the heat was doing. You are not coming out of this season diminished. You are coming out refined, and what remains in you now is the part that lasts. So let me say all 7 over you at once, so you can hear the full shape of what I am doing. Out of scarcity, into abundance. Out of rejection, into acceptance. Out of confusion, into clarity. Out of sickness, into health. Out of isolation, into connection. Out of obscurity, into visibility. Out of delay, into destiny. 7 movements, 1 work. Your whole life lifted from old ground and planted in new. None of this is a reward for your performance. Let that truth take the pressure off your shoulders. This is inheritance, not wages. You are not earning your way into the new land. You are being brought in by the one who owns it. Your part is not perfection. Your part is trust, step after step, especially on the days when the new ground still feels unfamiliar under your feet. And it will feel unfamiliar for a while. Every promised land does. Abraham felt it leaving Haran. Israel felt it stepping through the parted sea. The fishermen felt it leaving their nets on the shore. Unfamiliar is not a warning sign. It is the ordinary weather of obedience. Keep walking through it. I have named the movements. I have shown you the ground. What remains is the crossing itself. And there is something about the crossing you must know, because it is where most travelers falter. Not at the leaving, at the remembering. Speak the words, I trust you now, if you are ready to walk into what I have prepared. Now the warning, and receive it as love, because that is how it is given. The enemy cannot stop this move. It carries my seal, and no power unseats what I establish. But he has one strategy left, and it is old and effective. He will try to make you homesick for the place you are leaving. In the days ahead, he will polish your memories of the old ground. He will make scarcity feel simple. He will make isolation feel safe. He will make the familiar ache feel like home, and the unfamiliar promise feel like risk. He will whisper that the old life was not so bad, and that the new one might not hold you. Remember Israel in the wilderness, freed from slavery by mighty signs, fed by bread from heaven, led by fire and cloud, and still they wept for Egypt. They remembered the food and forgot the chains. Whole years were lost between the leaving and the arriving, not because the promise failed, but because their hearts kept turning around. Do not lose years to a backward glance. You cannot cross into new land with your heart still renting a room in the old one. When the homesickness comes, and it will come, do not argue with it in your own strength. Bring it to me. Name it for what it is, a longing for the familiar, not a longing for the good. The familiar and the good are not the same thing, and much of your growth in this season will be learning to tell them apart. Understand also that you cannot yet see this move the way I see it. Imagine standing with your face against a great painting, so close that all you see are rough strokes and clashing colors. Nothing seems to connect. Step back far enough, and suddenly the picture makes sense. You are standing too close to your own life to see the whole canvas. I am not. From where I stand, even your hardest seasons sit exactly where they belong in the composition. So when a stretch of this crossing looks like chaos, withhold your verdict. You are judging brushstrokes. I am finishing a picture. One day you will step back, and your breath will catch at how deliberately it was all placed. And if the crossing includes a stretch that looks like nothing at all, do not panic in the stillness. Winter looks lifeless. The ground seems locked, the branches bare. But beneath the frost, roots are drinking deep and buds are forming in secret. Nothing about winter is idle. If this is a quiet stretch for you, quiet is not the same as abandoned. Spring does not ask winter's permission. It simply arrives, and yours will too. Some things you will need to leave at the border. Old versions of yourself, first of all. The serpent sheds its skin when it has outgrown it, not in shame, but simply because the old skin no longer fits. You are allowed to shed old habits, old fears, old names you answered to that I never gave you. That shedding is not loss. It is growth making room for itself. Certain connections may need releasing too. Some people are given for a season, and their part in your story ends naturally, without villains. Honor what they taught you. Release them without guilt. Other bonds that drifted may be ready for mending, and it is not too late to reach out. Ask me which is which, and I will show you. Not every open door behind you is an invitation, and not every closed one is final. Leave comparison at the border as well. It has no visa for the new land. Looking sideways at another's harvest convinced you that your ground was failing, but no one else's field was ever your measure. Look at the stars. Each one burns in its own place at its own distance, and none grows dim because another shines nearby. There is room in my sky for every light I have kindled, yours included, yours especially in the place I set it. And take joy across the border with you, deliberately. Joy is not a luxury for after everything is settled. It is provision for the road. You are allowed to laugh while things are still mending. You are allowed to celebrate small mercies in the middle of large uncertainties. A child can play in the morning and face hard lessons in the afternoon and feel no contradiction. Recover that freedom. The joy of the Lord is not the reward at the end of your strength. It is the strength. Guard your peace as you cross, because peace is how you will hear me. Make time daily to step away from the noise of the world and be still. Not to perform devotion, simply to be with me. The world offers 1,000 distractions, and not one of them can give your soul what it actually needs. Real peace, real joy, real direction. These flow from one source, and you know where I am found. I am found by those who seek me with their whole heart. In that stillness, I will steady you. When you feel weak, lean on me and feel the ground hold. When you feel lost, listen, and the next step will become plain. I never show you everything at once, but I always show you enough. The lamp for your feet lights the step you are on, and that has always been sufficient for those who trust the one carrying the lamp. One more thing about the crossing. Persistence is not optional. Keep asking. Keep seeking. Keep knocking. A child knocks at a door not knowing when it will open, but knocking still. Because somewhere deep down the child believes someone is home. I am home. I have always been home. Every knock has been heard and the door is already moving on its hinges. The river teaches the same lesson. Water is soft and stone is hard, yet the river carves the canyon, not by force, by continuing. Your quiet refusal to give up year after year has been carving a course for your future that nothing can now redirect. You could not see the shaping. It was happening all the same. So cross without turning. Shed what is finished. Carry joy and peace. Knock until it opens. The old land has no more claim on you, and the new land is nearer than it has ever been. Before I seal this word over you, let me speak about rest, because you will need it in the new land. You have treated rest like a wage, something to be earned after everything is finished. But with me, nothing is ever fully finished, and so you have never fully rested. That ends now. Rest was never payment. It was provision, offered before you asked. Real rest is more than a body lying down. It is a mind that stops bracing. It is the part of you that never stops watching finally going off duty, because it trusts the one keeping watch. Come to me, all you who are weary and carrying heavy loads, and I will give you rest. That invitation has stood open your whole life. Walk through it. Learn also to guard what I am restoring. You are allowed to decline what drains you, even good things, even things others expect of you. A well that is never allowed to refill serves no one, no matter how generous its intentions. Boundaries are not selfishness. They are stewardship of a life I am rebuilding. Let yourself be poured into for a while, instead of always being the one pouring. Be patient with your healing too. It will not arrive all at once. It comes in small, quiet moments. A deep breath here, an honest conversation there. A morning when you forgive yourself for something you have held against your own heart for far too long. And know this about broken places. A bone, set well and given time, mends strongest at the very line where it broke. What broke you does not get to define you. Under my care, it becomes the toughest part of your frame. If there are dreams you set aside years ago, go back for them. Life got busy, duties piled up, and somewhere along the way you decided it was too late. It is not too late. Dreams I plant do not expire. They wait quietly, like seed in a storehouse, keeping their life until the sower returns. Many have begun their most important work in the late chapters, after false starts and detours that turned out to be schooling. Your path is not broken because it took longer. It is simply yours. Do not be surprised if honesty feels unfamiliar at first, like a language you once knew and stopped speaking. Practice it in small measures with the trustworthy few I place beside you. Speak one true thing about your struggle, and notice how the weight of it divides when it is shared. What was carried alone in darkness grows heavy. What is carried together in the light grows lighter, and often in the sharing it begins to heal. And remember your own record. You have come through every hard day you have ever faced. Every heartbreak, every disappointment, every moment you were certain you could not get through, you got through. That endurance was built one hard day at a time, and it lives in you permanently now. Whatever tomorrow brings, you will meet it as someone with proof. Now, my child, stand up on the inside, because it is time to seal the move. I have declared my part. Heaven waits to hear yours. Speak these words with me out loud if you can, in a whisper if you must. Your voice sets your agreement into the record. Say this: Father, I receive the 7 movements you have declared over my life. I am leaving scarcity, and I will dwell in abundance. I am leaving rejection, and I will dwell in acceptance. I am leaving confusion, and I will dwell in clarity. I am leaving sickness, and I will dwell in health. I am leaving isolation, and I will dwell in connection. I am leaving hiddenness, and I will step into the light you appointed. I am leaving delay, and I will walk in my destiny. Say this also: I will not turn back. I will not rebuild what you have torn down. I will not answer when the old life calls my name. Where I have been is not where I am going. Thank you, Father, for not leaving me where you found me. I am moving, starting now, in your name. Amen. It is recorded. The agreement is sealed, and what has been sealed in heaven will unfold on the earth. You did not stumble into this moment. I appointed it, and I appointed you to hear every word of it before this day ended. So let me tell you what your days will look like now. You will wake with purpose where you used to wake with dread. Not every morning, not all at once, but more and more, like light strengthening toward noon. You will catch yourself hoping and no longer feel foolish for it. You will give from overflow instead of scraping from lack. You will be known instead of merely seen. And you will look at your life one day soon and realize you no longer recognize the person who once lived in the old land. You will thank me for that, and I will rejoice with you. When blessings come, and they are coming, share them. Feed the hungry. Comfort the grieving. Refresh the weary with the same kindness that refreshed you. Generosity is how blessing keeps breathing. Held too tightly, it goes still. Passed along, it multiplies in the passing, and returns to you carrying more than it left with. And stay near to me, not out of fear that I will leave, for I will never leave you nor forsake you. Stay near because nearness is the point, the movements, the abundance, the healing, the destiny. All of it is scaffolding around one treasure, and the treasure is this: you, walking with me, unashamed and unafraid, the way it was always meant to be. Now let these final words settle over you like evening light. You are loved beyond measure, by decision, not by mood. You are held through every storm, guided through every unknown, and never, not for one moment, forgotten. The best part of your story has not happened yet. I know because I am the one writing it, and my endings do not disappoint. Go now in peace. Walk forward in faith. When the wind rises, remember the tree by the river. When the ground feels strange, remember whose hand planted you there. And when you finally stand in the fullness of the place I prepared, remember this day, the day you heard the word and believed it, and the moving of your life began. You are not who you were. You are not where you were. The old ground has no claim on you. The new land is under your feet even now. Welcome to abundance. Welcome to acceptance. Welcome to clarity and health, to connection and light. Welcome to your destiny. Welcome home, my beloved. Declare I receive it all and let your amen rise if you believe this word was sent for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
The hour has been chosen, not by accident, not by chance. And tonight the air around you carries something that has no ordinary explanation. You can feel it, even if you cannot name it. A stillness has settled in your space, deep and expectant, like the moment before dawn breaks across the dark. That is not your imagination. That is my presence drawing near. I have been watching you. Every step you have taken, every road you have walked when the weight felt unbearable, every night you lay down without answers and still rose the next morning to try again. I have seen all of it. Not one moment has been hidden from me. Not one prayer has fallen silent before it reached my hearing. You have carried more than most people know. You have endured more than you have ever spoken aloud. And tonight, I am here to tell you that heaven has not been silent. Heaven has been working. This moment is sacred. The one you are in right now. The one where these words are reaching your spirit. I did not bring you here without purpose. I do not move without reason. You were drawn to this hour because this hour belongs to you. It was written before you took your first breath. Before your name existed in any language of men, it was written in mine. And I speak it now over you with authority and love. What is approaching your life is not small. Do not let the quietness of this moment fool you into thinking nothing is happening. The most powerful things I do are done in silence. I built the foundations of the earth in stillness. I knit life together in the hidden places. And right now, in the unseen realm that stands behind everything you can touch and see, I am arranging what belongs to you. You have prayed. I know the words. I know the ones you whispered with faith. And I know the ones you barely managed to speak because grief had taken your breath. I know the prayers you offered up in the middle of the night when no one else was awake. I know the ones you repeated for years, the same request, the same longing, the same hope you refused to let die. That faithfulness is seen. It is recorded. And it is the reason tonight carries the weight that it does. This is not a coincidence. The people who arrive at this moment are not stumbling here by luck. They are the ones I have called, the ones whose seasons of waiting have finally reached their appointed end. You are one of them. Not because you are without fault, not because you have done everything right, but because I am a God who keeps His word, and I made a promise concerning your life long before you were old enough to ask for it. Feel the air around you. Something sacred has shifted. The walls of your home have witnessed prayers rise from your lips and lift toward heaven, and tonight those prayers are being answered, not slowly, but completely. Not partially, but in full. What I do with wholeness. What I restore with more than what was lost. That is my nature. That is the signature of my love. You may have felt strange in recent days, as though something was on the verge of changing, as though an invisible line was about to be crossed. That is because it is. You were not imagining it. I was preparing your spirit for what it was about to receive. I do not pour out what I have prepared without first making the vessel ready. I had to strengthen certain things in you. I had to settle certain truths inside you, so that when the blessing came, you would be able to carry it without fear. Do not dismiss what you are sensing tonight. The peace that is beginning to settle over you, the warmth you may feel in your chest, the unusual calm that seems to have no human explanation. These are signs, not of superstition, but of presence. My presence does not announce itself with noise and spectacle. It arrives the way dawn does, quietly, until the darkness has no choice but to give way. And that is exactly what is happening now. You are standing at the beginning of something new. The life that has felt stalled, the dreams that have sat waiting, the healing that has seemed just out of reach. This is the hour where all of it begins to move again. I have heard every word you have ever spoken to me in private, and my answer is not delayed anymore. Tonight, my hand moves on your behalf, and nothing in heaven or earth can stop what I have ordained to be released into your life. So draw in a slow breath right now. Let your shoulders drop. Let the tension you have been carrying begin to loosen. You do not need to carry it into this hour. This hour is mine, and in mine there is room only for faith and for the sound of what is coming. There are things I see from where I stand that you cannot yet see from where you are. I see the end from the beginning. I see the completed picture when you are still looking at scattered pieces. What I see when I look at your life tonight is a turning, a door swinging open, a season that has been sealed finally breaking free. Something of great weight and great goodness is on its way. You have waited long enough for it. And tonight, the wait is over. Hear me now. The limit you set on what I can do does not change what I have already decided. My plans for you are not canceled by your disappointment. My promises are not weakened by the passage of time. They are alive. They are moving. And in this sacred hour, they are arriving. I want to speak to the waiting you have known. Not the surface kind of waiting where a few weeks pass and the answer comes. I mean the deep kind. The kind that stretches across seasons. The kind that makes you wonder if you have been forgotten. The kind where you watch others receive what you have been believing for, and you smile for them while quietly wondering when your turn will come. I know that waiting, and I need you to understand something about it. That waiting was not a punishment. It was never evidence of my rejection. Every day you waited was a day I was building. Building in the unseen what needed to be strong before it appeared in the seen. The roots of a tree grow long before the branches rise. You cannot see root work, but without it, nothing that rises will stand. I was doing root work in your life, deep, hidden, necessary work that no human eye could observe, and it was never wasted. You cried. I know. There were nights the tears came without warning, and you sat with grief you did not know how to name. There were mornings you had to choose to keep going when every feeling in you said there was no point. I watched every one of those moments. I was not distant. I was not looking away. I was closer to you in those moments than the air around you. My heart was moved by what you carried, and I kept record of every silent act of faith you performed. Faith does not always look like confidence. Sometimes faith looks like getting up one more time. Sometimes faith looks like praying a prayer you do not feel, because you have chosen to trust something beyond your feelings. Sometimes faith looks like holding on with bleeding hands and refusing to let go of what I placed in your heart. That is the faith that moves me most, the quiet, persistent, painful kind. And that is exactly the kind you have walked in. You did not give up on me. You could have. There were reasons to walk away. The answers did not come on your schedule. The pain was real. The silence was long. And still, you stayed. Still, you spoke my name. Still, you believed that what I promised would come to pass. That is not a small thing. That is the testimony of a soul that has been proven, and I do not take it lightly. In the book of Job, a man lost everything he had in a single season of storm. He had done nothing wrong. He was a good man, a faithful man, a man who honored my name, and yet the darkness came and stripped what he had built. His companions told him to curse me and give up, and yet he would not. He held on. He cried out. He refused to surrender his faith. And at the appointed time I stepped in and gave him twice what he had lost. That is the God I am. I do not lead faithful ones through the fire and leave them there. The fire has a purpose, and then the fire ends. My precious one, your fire is ending. The season that tested you to your limit has reached its final day. I am not prolonging this any further. What I withheld to protect you, I am now releasing because you are ready. What felt like delay was actually the time I needed to prepare what could not be rushed. The blessing that is coming to you was not small enough to be hurried. It required space and time to be made complete. And now it is complete. And now it comes. Declare your amen if you believe this word is for you. Hear me carefully now. The things that happened in your past, the losses, the betrayals, the doors that closed, the seasons that broke your heart, those things were not the end of your story. They were chapters. Hard chapters. Honest chapters. Chapters you never would have chosen. But they are chapters, not conclusions. The story is still being written, and the chapter you are stepping into now bears no resemblance to what came before. I am a God of new things. When I say I make all things new, I mean all. Every broken place, every dried up well, every darkened corner of the life you thought you had lost. I remember the prayer you prayed when you were at your lowest, the one you prayed when no one else was in the room, the one where you told me exactly how tired you were, and you asked me if I was still there. I was there. I heard it word by word, and I said in that moment, this one is not going to be left. This one has held on longer than most. This one deserves an answer that matches the measure of their faith. And I began to prepare what I am now delivering. Rest in that. Let it settle into you like rain into dry ground. You are not forgotten. You were never forgotten. The delay was the preparation. The silence was the deep breath before the declaration. And the declaration is this: your season is turned. What was withheld is now being released. What was closed is now opening. What was broken is now being made whole. This is not a promise for a future season. This is now. Right now. In this moment, the tide of your life has shifted. Think of David. He was anointed king when he was still tending sheep on a hillside. He received the word of his calling and then went back to the field. Years passed. He faced giants. He lived in caves. He ran from the one who wanted him dead. And yet not one promise I spoke over him fell to the ground. Every word I declared over his life arrived in its fullness at the appointed time. I am the same God, and the words I have spoken over you will not fall to the ground either. I am telling you tonight that you have endured what was necessary. The wilderness has an end. The desert has a border, and you have walked to the edge of it. The promised land is not a dream deferred. It is the next step, and I have already prepared it to receive you. There is a world you cannot see with your natural eyes. It exists alongside the one you move through every day. It is the realm where my purposes are carried, where prayers are held, where the assignments of heaven are executed. And tonight, I want you to know what has been happening in that realm on your behalf. I sent my messengers ahead of you. Long before this hour arrived, I dispatched heaven's servants to your path. They cleared what was blocking the way. They stood against the forces that tried to shut the door that I intended to open. Every attack that seemed to succeed against you, every setback that seemed permanent, every wall that seemed impossible to cross. There was a battle happening behind those things, and the battle was not going the way your circumstances suggested. Heaven was winning. Heaven was always winning. The enemy of your soul made calculations about your life. He studied the patterns of your pain and concluded that you were broken beyond recovery. He decided that if he struck in the same places enough times, your faith would finally collapse. He measured the length of your waiting and assumed that silence would eventually hollow out your trust. He was wrong. He underestimated you, and he underestimated me, because I was watching over you and I never allowed what was sent against you to be more than you could bear. My promise to you has always been this: the trial will not exceed the one who faces it. I calibrate. I do not let my children be overwhelmed beyond what my strength inside them can sustain. Every time the pressure intensified, so did my grace over your life. You may not have felt that grace in the way you expected, but it was there. It held you when you thought you were falling. You are still standing. That is not an accident. Many people have faced what you have faced and did not come through it with their faith intact. You did. You are here. You are still holding on to what I placed in your heart. That is evidence of my grace operating in you. You did not do it alone. I kept you. I protected something in you that the darkness tried again and again to extinguish, and it never went out. Say yes if this word is reaching your spirit right now. Now hear this. Because heaven has been fighting on your behalf, the ground that was taken from you in previous seasons is being reclaimed. What the enemy stole from you, my hand is recovering it. Peace that was taken, returning. Joy that was stolen, coming back. Relationships that were broken by lies and bitterness, my hand is moving on those as well. I am not a God who leaves the battlefield with a partial victory. I pursue restoration to its completion. In the days of old when my people had been plundered, I spoke a word through my servant Joel. I said, I would restore the years that the locust had eaten. Think of what that means. Not just the current season, Not just what was taken last month or last year, the full span, the accumulated losses, the years of drought, the years where the harvest never came, all of it. That is the scope of what I am releasing over your life. Not a partial restoration, a full one. The messengers I sent before you have completed the advance work. The path is clear. The obstacles that stood between you and what belongs to you have been moved. You will begin to notice things shifting around you in ways that have no logical explanation. A situation that was stalled for years will suddenly move. A door that was firmly shut will open without warning. An opportunity will present itself that seems to come from nowhere. Those are not coincidences. Those are the results of what was prepared for you in the unseen. Do not be afraid of sudden change. Some people pray for change and then become uneasy when it actually begins to happen. Do not let that be you. What is shifting around you is shifting for your good. Every rearrangement is intentional. Every unexpected development is part of what I have designed. Trust the movement. Trust the process. Trust the God who is doing the moving. I am bringing back what you thought was gone forever. I am opening up what you had stopped hoping for. And I am doing it with more abundance than you asked for, because that is who I am. I do not give minimums. I give out of the fullness of what I hold, and what I hold is without limit. The measure you receive is determined by the faith you carry and the readiness of your vessel. Your vessel has been made ready. Your faith has been tested and found true. The measure you are about to receive is not small. So lift your head right now. Let the posture of your spirit rise. You have been bowed under the weight of this long season, and I understand why. But that posture belongs to the season that is ending. The one beginning requires you to stand, to look forward, to open your hands and your heart to what is coming. What I am bringing to you cannot enter a closed space. Be open, and receive what has already been sent. My servants have been stationed around your home, not as a symbol, in truth. They are there, the place where you rest and rise, the place where your prayers have been spoken. That place carries the weight of heaven's attention tonight. It has been marked. There is an invisible covering over the roof above you, over the threshold you walk through, over the ground beneath your feet. Heaven has claimed your dwelling as a place of divine exchange. What leaves tonight is the weight. What enters is the promise. And the trade is permanent. Now I want to speak to you about what it means to sow in faith. Throughout history, my greatest movements have always been preceded by an act of trust that looked foolish to human logic. Noah built a vessel for a flood that had never come before. Abraham raised a knife over the thing he loved most. The widow at Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a prophet when she and her household were preparing to die. These were not reckless acts. They were sacred ones. They were moments where a person put their complete trust in my word above every circumstance around them. And every time I responded with the fullness of what I had promised. I have placed a desire in your heart to support the work of my word in the earth. That desire is not coincidence. It is a calling. When you give from that place, you are not simply releasing something from your hands. You are placing it on the altar before me. The altar has always been where exchange happens. The widow who gave her 2 coins gave more than the wealthy man who gave from his surplus, because she gave from her trust. That is the measure that moves heaven, not the size, the trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. I see the needs you carry, the ones that feel too heavy to mention and too large to fix by your own hand. I see what you need for your home, for your table, for those who walk through life alongside you. I see the weight of provision that has felt scarce, the doors of opportunity that have felt closed, the season of financial narrowing that has worn you thin. And I am telling you now, that season has reached its end. What was tight is about to open. What was scarce is about to be filled. My word declares that I will open the windows of heaven over those who trust me with what they hold. That is not a metaphor for something vague and distant. It is a declaration of my specific intent toward you. I do not make promises casually. Every word I speak carries the weight of my nature behind it. When I say I will provide, I provide. When I say I will open, I open. And the provision that is coming to your life will not be small. It will be the kind that brings rest, the kind that allows you to extend your hand to others and become a channel of blessing yourself. There is a woman in the scriptures whose name you know, Ruth. She left everything that was familiar to her. She walked into a land she did not know, with nothing but loyalty and faith. She gleaned from the edges of fields that were not her own, taking what the harvest left behind. She had no guarantee of what tomorrow held, and yet I saw her. I moved the heart of a man of means toward her, and by the time the story closed, she had gone from gleaning at the edge to sitting at the center of the harvest. From nothing to abundance, from outsider to covered and belonging. That is what I do with those who trust me with an empty hand. Your hand may feel empty tonight. Your resources may feel stretched beyond what they can bear. But what you offer in faith is multiplied in my hands. The same way 5 loaves and 2 fish fed a multitude, and left 12 baskets more than what was there at the beginning. I do not work with the same mathematics that governs the natural world. What you give to me comes back to you in a measure you cannot predict, and in a timing that will leave you without doubt that I was the one who moved. The altar has always been the place of breakthrough in my story with humanity. Isaac was conceived after Abraham stood at the altar in total surrender. Solomon received wisdom beyond measure the morning after he offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the heights of Gibeon. Elijah called down fire on a sacrifice that had been drenched with water until every doubt the watching crowd had was silenced in a single holy moment. The altar is not where you lose something. It is where you release what you are holding too tightly so that I can place something greater in your hands. This is the moment of exchange, not pressure, not obligation. It is an invitation to place something in my hands and watch what I do with it. The one who gives in faith is not giving something away. They are planting. And everything that grows from that planting belongs to them. This is the law of my kingdom. It has never changed. It will not change for you. So if your heart is stirred right now, let that stirring be your guide. I do not manufacture false urgency. What you feel in this moment is real. It is the pull of purpose meeting the call of faith. And when you respond to it, you are not just sowing a seed. You are aligning yourself with the current of my generosity. That current carries no lack. It carries no limit. It carries only the abundance that flows from a heart that is unlimited and a hand that is open toward you. I said in my word, give and it will be given to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over, poured into your lap. That is the return I promise to those who give in faith. Not a trickle, not a partial measure, an overflow. And an overflow is exactly what your life is about to experience. My beloved, I want to talk to you now about what this miracle actually looks like when it arrives. People sometimes expect the sky to split open, a voice like thunder to shake the walls, fire to fall from above. Those things have happened in my history with humanity, and they carry weight. But most of what I do arrives differently. It arrives quietly. It arrives with the texture of the ordinary, and then suddenly the ordinary is transformed into something you cannot explain. It may arrive as a thought that gives you a direction you had not considered. A thought so clear and so settled that you know it did not originate in you. It may arrive as a message from someone you had not heard from in some time, carrying words that open something you had stopped trying to open. It may arrive as a feeling of peace so complete that the thing which has been keeping you awake at night suddenly loosens its grip. You will know it is mine because it will carry peace rather than fear. Everything I bring to you comes with peace as its signature. Declare I receive this if your heart is open to what I am releasing tonight. The miracle does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it is a door opening in a situation that was sealed for years. Sometimes it is a burden lifting from your chest at 3 a.m, and you fall into the deepest sleep you have had in months. Sometimes it is a kindness from a stranger that carries the exact word you needed at the exact moment you needed it. These are not small things. These are the fingerprints of my hand on the surface of your life. Do not minimize what seems small. The greatest breakthroughs in the stories of my people often began with something quiet, a still small voice to a prophet who was hiding in a cave, a burning bush at the edge of a shepherd's field, an angel's greeting to a young woman in an ordinary house in an ordinary town. I work in the small and quiet, and then the small and quiet becomes the hinge on which the whole story turns. Your healing is one of those things. Not just the healing of your body, though I am attentive to that as well. I mean the deeper healing. The healing of how you see yourself. The healing of the places where rejection left a mark. The healing of the wounds that were carved into you by people who should have been safe. Those places are not hidden from me. They are the very places my hand is moving toward tonight, pressing gently, restoring carefully, making whole what was fractured. I do not rush healing. I am thorough. I do not want you to be almost whole. I want you to be completely whole. And the work I do tonight is the beginning of that completion. Some of it will happen in a moment. Some of it will unfold over days and weeks as you begin to notice that the old ache has gone quiet. As you begin to notice that a name or a memory that used to cause pain is no longer sharp. As you begin to notice that you are moving through your days with a lightness you have not felt in a long time. That is healing from my hand. It comes the way spring comes. You do not see it arrive. You just step outside one morning and notice that the frost is gone and the ground is soft and something is beginning to grow. Quietly, thoroughly, completely. I am also healing the way you see the future. There are fears you have carried about what is ahead. Fears about provision. Fears about safety. Fears about those you love. I know each one of those fears by name. Tonight I'm speaking directly into them. Not to dismiss them, but to replace them with the deep certainty that comes from knowing who I am and what I have promised. I have not brought you this far to abandon you at the doorstep of your breakthrough. I do not invest seasons of work into a life and then step back at the final hour. That is not who I am. What I begin, I complete. What I promise, I fulfill. And what I have promised over your life is good. It is more than you have allowed yourself to imagine. And the imagination I gave you was designed to hold large things. So let it open tonight. Let the small expectations that fear has kept you within begin to expand. Let yourself believe again that the best is not behind you. The best is ahead. The years that were consumed in waiting and struggle were not the peak of your story. They were the valley that made the height of what is coming possible. You are ascending now. You may not feel it yet with your feet, but the ground beneath you is rising. And the view from where I am taking you will be more than worth every step of the climb. The peace you are beginning to feel in this moment is not temporary. It is a foundation being laid. A peace that is not dependent on your circumstances remaining stable, because I am teaching you to rest in me rather than in what you can see and control. That is the peace I promised in my word, the kind that surpasses every human attempt to understand it, the kind that keeps your heart steady when everything around you is in motion. That peace is settling into you right now. Let it in. Let it go deep. Let it take root. Your identity is being restored alongside your circumstances. The two always move together. I do not fix the outside while leaving the inside untouched. I begin with what is deepest, and what is deepest in you is a spirit made in my image, created for purpose, designed for abundance and love and service and joy. That spirit has been pressed and tested and tried, but it was never broken, and tonight it is rising into the fullness of what it was always meant to be. This is more than a miracle of provision. This is a miracle of becoming. There are people in your life who need what is happening in you tonight. I want to speak about them, because this miracle was never only for you. What I do in one life always ripples outward. That is the design of my love. It is never contained. It always overflows. Those you love and carry in your heart and in your prayers, I see them. I know their names. I know their struggles. I know the worries you hold about their futures and their well-being. You have brought them before me so many times. You have asked me to protect them, to provide for them, to lead them safely. Those prayers have been received, every one of them. And what I am releasing into your life tonight includes what they need as well. I do not answer prayers in isolation. When I move on your behalf, I move on the behalf of everyone connected to your faith. Your prayers have been building something in the unseen, not just for yourself, but for those you love. What you have been sowing in intercession, you will see bearing fruit in their lives as well. Relationships that seemed irreparably broken will find a path toward restoration. Needs that seemed impossible to meet will be met in ways no one planned. People you have been praying for in the dark will step into light in their own time and their own way. I am the God of the prodigal's father. I am the one who watched the road and ran when I saw the returning figure in the distance. That is how I love those you carry in your prayers. I am already watching for their return. I am already preparing the welcome. Your faith has been the prayer that kept the road open, and I will honor it. I want to speak now about the relationships in your life that have been marked by pain. Betrayal has a particular kind of sting. When it comes from someone you trusted, someone you opened yourself to, the wound goes deeper than ordinary hurt. I know you have carried some of those wounds. I know the names of those who caused them. And I am not asking you to pretend the pain did not happen. I am not asking you to act as though what was done was acceptable, but I am asking you to release it into my hands. Because what they intended for harm, I can turn to good. That is not a hollow promise. I proved it in the life of Joseph, a man thrown into a pit by his own brothers, sold to strangers, falsely accused and imprisoned. Years of injustice, years of waiting in a darkness, not of his making. And yet, not one word I had spoken over his life was canceled by the cruelty of others. At the appointed time, every promise was fulfilled. And when he stood before the brothers who had wronged him, he was able to say, "You meant this for evil, but God meant it for good." That is the testimony I am writing over your life. What was meant to destroy you did not succeed. What was meant to end your story became part of the plot that leads to the most powerful chapter. The enemy of your soul thought he was writing the conclusion. He was only setting up the context for my intervention. Let go of the weight of what was done to you, not because it did not matter, but because carrying it is costing you something you need for where you are going. The strength that has been tied up in holding on to old wounds is being freed tonight. And that freed strength will be redirected toward the future I have prepared. You need every bit of it for what is ahead, and what is ahead is worth everything. Speak this aloud if you are ready to walk forward into what I have prepared for you. I want to tell you something about the people you will encounter in this new season. They will not all look like what you expected. Some of the greatest instruments of blessing in your life will arrive unannounced. They will come without the credentials you thought you were looking for, from directions you were not watching. Stay attentive. Stay open. Do not disqualify what I send because it does not match the picture you had imagined. My provision often arrives in the disguise of the unexpected. There will also be those whose time in your life has come to a natural close. The shifting that is happening around you will make some separations feel clear and right, and you will know in your spirit that they are necessary. Do not resist them. Not every person who has walked with you through the wilderness is meant to walk with you into the promised land. Some were companions for a season. Honor that season. Release them with peace. And trust that what I bring in to replace what departs will exceed what was there before. Your circle is being refined, not reduced. What appears to be a narrowing is actually a deepening. The relationships that remain and the ones that arrive will carry greater purpose, greater loyalty, and greater love than what the former season held. Quality is rising where quantity is decreasing. And in that rising, you will find the connection and belonging you have been longing for. This is restoration at every level, not just the outside circumstances being set right. The whole of your life, the inside and the outside, the private and the visible, the emotional and the practical. I am a thorough God. I leave nothing unattended. Not one part of you has been overlooked. Every dimension of your life is included in what I am doing. The word the prophet Isaiah carried said that I would give beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. That is not poetry for its own sake. That is a precise description of the exchange I make. Ashes are what remains when fire has passed through. They are the evidence of what was lost. And I take even that, even the evidence of the worst of what happened, and I exchange it for beauty. So, the very thing that should be the reminder of your pain becomes the foundation of your testimony. I do not waste even the ashes. My precious child, we have walked a long road together, you and I. I have seen every version of you, the one who was full of hope and the one who was barely holding on, the one who ran toward me and the one who was too exhausted to move. I have known every corner of you, and I have never once stepped back. You have never been too broken for my love or too lost for my reach. That has always been true, and it will always be true. The new season you are stepping into is not a reward for perfection. It is a gift given in love by a Father who sees not just who you are right now, but who you are becoming. I see the whole of you across all of time. I see the courage that is still forming in you. I see the capacity for compassion that is deepening in you because of what you have walked through. I see the wisdom being laid in you like a slow and patient river, carving its channel through stone. You are not finished. You are being completed. And what is being completed is magnificent. I want you to understand something about the anointing that is resting on you now. Anointing is not something you earn by achieving a standard. It is something I place on a life that I have chosen to carry, my purposes into the world. Moses was anointed in the burning bush in the middle of the wilderness, not in the palace. David was anointed on a hillside, standing in the smell of sheep before anyone knew his name. Gideon received his calling while hiding in a winepress, afraid and unseen. I do not wait for you to arrive at a polished, confident version of yourself before I anoint you. I anoint you in the middle of where you are. And the anointing does the transforming. You have been anointed to carry something into every space you enter. A presence, a peace, a quality of stillness and strength that other people will feel without being able to name. Rooms will shift when you walk into them, not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who I am in you. That is the nature of my anointing. It moves outward from the vessel. It touches what you touch. It speaks through your words without you having to try to make it happen. It is given. It is permanent. It is already at work. People will come to you in the days ahead who are standing in the places you have stood. They will carry the same weight you carried, asking the same questions you asked, and you will be able to look them in the eye and tell them with the authority of lived experience that it is true, that the silence breaks, that the waiting ends, that the God who promises is the God who delivers. Your testimony will be the evidence someone else needs to hold on for one more day. And I trusted that responsibility to you on purpose. Share what I have done in you, not to perform, but because living water is meant to flow. Every word of hope you speak out of what you have received will carry the authority of heaven behind it. It will not just be words. It will be truth, confirmed by experience. And truth confirmed by experience is the most powerful thing you can offer another soul. The light that has entered your life in this hour will not fade when morning comes. It is not a feeling that rises and falls with your circumstances. It is a settled truth, a covenant reality, a promise sealed in my own nature. You are seen. You are known. You are loved without limit. You are covered by a grace you did not earn and cannot lose. You are moving into a season where that truth becomes visible, not just to you, but to everyone around you. Do not return to the old way of seeing yourself. Do not pick up the old measurements and apply them to who you are now. That version of you is behind you. The one walking forward carries something different, carries the mark of what I have done, carries the peace that endures, carries the authority that comes from having been through the fire and walked out the other side. You are different now. Walk like it. Speak like it. Expect like it. The road ahead is not without its challenges. I will not pretend to you that every day from here will be easy. But I will tell you this with certainty. You will not walk any of it alone. I will be before you on the road, preparing what you have not yet encountered. I will be behind you, guarding what you have already passed through. I will be beside you in the moments that feel impossible. And I will be within you, providing the strength that surpasses what you could generate on your own. You are surrounded. You are accompanied. You are never, not even for a single breath, on your own. Let what has been spoken settle into the deep places. Let it become the ground you stand on rather than the thought you think. Truth heard is good. Truth inhabited is transformation. I am not giving you a temporary lift. I am building something permanent in you. And what I build, no storm can take down. Rest now in what is yours. The miracle is not coming. It has arrived. The blessing is not on its way. It is here, in this moment, in this breath, in the quiet certainty that has been growing in you as these words have reached your spirit. This is your turning point. This is your hour, and I have been saving it for you. My beloved, go now and carry the light that has touched you tonight into every corner of your life. Speak it to those who need it. Live it in front of those who are watching. And when you look back from the place where I am bringing you, you will see that this was the night where everything changed. Say amen and receive it, because what I have spoken over your life today is already done.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Whatever you were about to do next, let it fall away. Before the sun rose this morning, something shifted concerning you, and I will not let this day pass without you knowing it. I am the Lord your God, and I have interrupted your wandering on purpose. This word is not for the crowd. It is for you alone. You did not stumble into this moment. I drew you here. You have been searching, questioning, crying out in silence, and I heard every word of it. So be still now. Listen closely, because I am about to answer questions you stopped asking out loud a long time ago. I saw you. I need you to understand what I mean when I say that. I saw you sitting alone before facing the day, needing a few more minutes to put on the face that says, "Everything is fine." I saw the quiet arithmetic you keep doing over what you owe, moving one payment behind another, running numbers that refuse to add up no matter how many times you try. I saw you lying awake in the dark hours, going over what you have again and again, as if the answer might change if you counted one more time. I saw you smile among others while worry twisted inside you. I heard you say the words, "I am fine," while something in you was pleading to be heard. And still you kept showing up. You kept trying. You kept believing a breakthrough was coming, even when every door slammed shut in your face. I heard the midnight prayers that felt like they struck the ceiling and fell back on you. I heard the ones you never finished because you were too tired to find the words. Not one of them was lost. Every whisper rose before me like incense. You were never speaking into an empty room. The exhaustion you have been carrying is not who you are. The sadness that keeps trying to settle into your bones does not belong to you. It came from outside of you, and it has been pressing on you for so long that you began to mistake it for your own nature. Hear me clearly. That weight was never yours. And today I am naming it so you can stop blaming yourself for it. You opened the scriptures hoping for an answer, and the words felt distant and cold. You are not the first of mine to know that silence. Many have cried out from caves and prison floors and dry wilderness places, and they too wondered if I had turned away. I had not turned from them. I have not turned from you. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, and not a year ago. A year ago, you would have taken it as a kind thought and let it go. Now you are worn enough to be honest and hungry enough to hold on. That honesty is not weakness. It is the open door through which I am about to speak. So do not treat these words lightly, for they carry weight you cannot yet measure. If you turn away now, you will walk past the very confirmation you asked me for, the sign you longed to see, the answer you begged me to release. Stay and let me finish what I have started saying to you. I know the battles you have fought that no one else has seen. I know the mornings you forced yourself to stand when your heart felt too weak to keep going. You have been holding on by a thread at times, whispering prayers you feared were too small for heaven to hear. No prayer of yours has ever been too small. I bend low to hear the faintest ones first. My child, I also know what you have been telling yourself in secret, that you are behind, that everyone else is moving forward while you stay stuck in the same place, that maybe you are the reason nothing works. I am telling you now, those words are not mine, and I have never once spoken them over you. What I speak over you sounds different. I say that you are mine. I say that your name is engraved on the palms of my hands, and no delay, no debt, no closed door has ever loosened my grip on you. I say that the long silence you endured was never absence. I was nearer in the silence than you have ever dared to believe. You asked me if your effort was worth anything. You asked if your patience would ever bear fruit. You asked, sometimes in anger, why the road had to be this long. I did not despise a single one of those questions. I gathered them, and I have been holding your answer until this exact moment, when you were finally able to receive it without it crushing you. Something has broken open concerning you. A long chapter is closing, and I have chosen to tell you myself rather than let you discover it slowly. What held you is losing its hold. What blocked you is being moved aside. I am not describing a feeling. I am describing a decision that has already been made in my presence. In the days ahead, you will remember this moment. You will remember that you almost passed it by, and that something made you stay. That something was me. I stopped you here because I have a word to place in your hands, and I intend to finish speaking it over you before this hour ends. So take a breath. Loosen the grip you have been keeping on your own worry. You do not need to hold yourself together while I am speaking, because I am holding you. Let every other voice grow quiet. There is only you and me now, and I have waited a long time for your full attention. Say amen out loud if your heart knows this word is for you. Now let me show you what you have been walking through, because you deserve to understand it. The heaviness of these past years was not bad luck. It was not weakness in you. There has been a long and deliberate opposition arranged against your life, and it worked in the dark precisely so you would blame yourself for its damage. It pressed against your provision. Money that should have reached you was delayed. Expenses appeared at the worst possible moments. The math never worked, and you thought you were failing, when in truth you were under siege. It pressed against your rest. You were pulled from sleep in the smallest hours, and worry was waiting there like an ambush. It knew your weakest hour. It knew which fears to replay in the dark, and it played them over and over until morning. It pressed against your closest bonds. Misunderstandings were stirred where there should have been peace. Distance crept in between you and people you love. You felt alone in rooms full of voices, and you thought something was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. You were being isolated on purpose because you are far less easily defeated when you are not alone. And it pressed against your prayers. Every time you reached for me, a whisper told you the reaching was useless. Every time hope began to rise, a fresh trouble arrived to knock it down. This was not your imagination. You were opposed by something that studied you and feared what you would become. Hear what I am telling you, and let it lift years of false guilt off your shoulders. You were not lazy. You were not cursed by your own failures. You were a target precisely because of what I have placed inside you. The enemy does not lay siege to an empty storehouse. But I want you to understand something greater. All that time, the opposition could only go so far and no further. It pressed you, but it could not crush you. It delayed you, but it could not erase you. There was a boundary drawn around your life that it could never cross, and I was the one who drew it. And now hear the word I stopped you to deliver. The permission that opposition relied upon has ended. Its season is over. In my presence a ruling has been made concerning you, and no power beneath heaven can appeal it. The siege against your provision is broken. The ambush against your rest is disbanded. The wedge driven between you and those you love is being pulled out. I do not send messengers for a matter this close to my heart. I myself have gone ahead of you. I am unlocking what was sealed. I am releasing what was held. I am straightening the road that was made crooked, and I am doing it now, while my voice is still in your ears. Declare, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. You may ask why the opposition was allowed at all. It is a fair question, and I will not shame you for asking it. Understand this much for now. What came against you intended your ruin, but I bent every one of its schemes into your training. It meant to break your faith. Instead, your faith grew roots that storms can no longer reach. Think of what you can carry now that would have flattened you years ago. Think of the bad news you can hear without collapsing. Think of how quickly you return to prayer after a blow that once would have kept you away for months. That steadiness was forged in you during the very years you thought were wasted. Nothing about you was wasted. The one who opposed you understood something you are only now beginning to see. You are dangerous to the darkness. A person who keeps believing after years of resistance is a person who cannot be stopped by ordinary trouble. That is why the pressure on you was never ordinary. It was a measure of your worth, not a measure of your failure. So from this day, refuse the old explanation. When you remember the years of struggle, you will no longer say, "That was the proof that God forgot me." You will say, "That was the siege, and the siege is broken." Words matter, my child. Speak of your past the way I speak of it, and the past will lose its power to poison your future. I want you to notice something else in the days ahead. Burdens you carried for years will begin to feel strangely lighter, and you will wonder if you are imagining it. You are not imagining it. When a siege lifts, the air itself changes. Decisions that once paralyzed you will become simple. Tasks you avoided for months will take an afternoon. Do not credit coincidence for any of it. Coincidence did not endure the dark years with you, and coincidence is not delivering you now. I am. Give me what belongs to me, which is your trust, and I will keep showing you my hand until you can no longer doubt it. There will still be echoes of the old pressure, a bill, a harsh word, a heavy morning. Echoes are not the siege returning. They are the sound of something defeated growing fainter as it leaves. Treat them that way. Do not rebuild your fear around every echo, or you will imprison yourself in a war that has already ended. Instead, when trouble taps on your door, answer it with the ruling I have declared. Say, the permission has ended. Say, my God has gone ahead of me. Say it, even if your voice shakes, because heaven does not measure the steadiness of your voice. It measures the direction of your trust. You have spent years learning what it is to stand under pressure. Now you will learn what it is to walk without it. That will take some getting used to, and I will be patient with you while you learn. But learn it, you will. because the next season of your life does not resemble the last one. I have seen to that myself. My child, hear me clearly now, because I am about to say something I have been waiting years to say to you. You finally did it. You reached the place I always knew you would reach. You pushed through storms that were designed to break you, and you did not quit, even when everything around you shouted that quitting was reasonable. You held on when others walked away. You kept moving when your strength was gone and you were running on nothing but stubborn hope. You stood in the fire, and though it burned, you walked out, carrying something the fire could not touch. This moment is not an accident. It is the fruit of your endurance, and I, your God, am proud of you. You thought I was punishing you. I was not. Every trial was shaping something in you that ease could never have built. Every closed door was my hand between you and harm you could not see. I was never against you. I was always for you, even on the days you cursed the road I had you walking. I saw you fight silent battles no one else even noticed. You thought no one cared. I cared. You thought no one was listening. I was listening. In the moments you felt most alone, my presence filled that room, whether you sensed it or not. Now, before I speak of what comes next, I have an instruction for you, and I ask you to receive it with an open heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me take you back down the road you have walked, so you can see that I was there at every step. You have carried pain you never asked to carry. You have felt the sting of betrayal from people you trusted with your whole heart. In those moments you wondered if I had turned away. I never turned away. I stood guard over you in the shadows, even when you thought heaven had gone quiet. The people who left you did not all leave by accident. Some of them had to go, no matter how much it hurt, because their presence in your future would have poisoned what I am preparing for you. You could not see that then. You saw only the empty chair and the unanswered message. But I saw 10 years down the road, and I loved you too much to leave certain doors open. I know the wounds they're leaving left behind. I saw you question your worth because of it. I saw you blame yourself for endings that were never your fault. Hear me now. Their departure was not a verdict on your value. Sometimes I remove people the way a builder removes scaffolding, because the true structure is ready to stand. And the doors that slammed shut, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers at the last moment, the plans that crumbled after you had worked so hard to build them. You asked me why everyone else seemed to move forward while you stood still. My child, those refusals were not rejection. If I had opened certain doors when you begged for them, what waited behind them would have wounded you, not blessed you. There is a timing to every release, and I do not explain it in advance because trust that demands full explanation is not trust at all. But I will tell you this. Not one of those delays was carelessness. Each one was measured. Each one had a purpose you will one day see plainly. And when you see it, you will thank me for every door I refuse to open. You also wrestled with doubt, and I want to speak to that directly. You asked God, are you even real? Do you still hear me? Have you forgotten me? I never condemned you for those questions. I saw the weight you carried when you asked them, and I stayed closer to you in those hours than you ever realized. Doubt asked in the dark is still a form of reaching for me. The one who has truly given up does not bother to ask anything at all. You kept asking. That means the thread between us never broke, no matter how thin it felt. I have held my end of that thread through everything, and I am holding it now. Do you remember the nights you sat in the dark and whispered words you thought no one would ever hear? I heard them. You thought you were speaking into emptiness, but those whispers reached my throne before they finished leaving your lips. Even when you said nothing at all, when you only sat in silence because the words had run out, I knew what your heart was asking. I answered some of those silent prayers years ago, in ways you have not yet traced back to me. So let this settle into your soul. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. You were never unloved. Everything you endured has carried you to this exact moment, and this moment is not the end of your story. It is the hinge on which your story turns. I am not honoring you today because you were perfect. You were not, and I have never once required that of you. I am honoring you because you stayed. Because when leaving was easier, you remained. Because when despair made its best argument, you went to sleep, woke up, and tried again. Heaven does not overlook that kind of courage. I certainly have not. There is one more weight I must lift from you before we go forward, and that is the shame you have been carrying in secret. The quiet thought that says, maybe I am the reason nothing works out. Maybe I am the failure. I am telling you today with all the authority of heaven, you are not a failure. You are a fighter who was handed a heavier load than most, and you carried it further than most ever could. Where you saw weakness, I saw someone who kept standing. Where you saw falling apart, I saw someone holding together a life under pressure that would have flattened others. Where you saw yourself overlooked, I saw a servant I was guarding for an appointed hour. You have been telling your own story in the enemy's words. Today, I am giving you mine. Do you remember the times you smiled in front of everyone, then came home and collapsed, your soul aching with questions you could not put into words? I was there in that room, when you laid your head down and whispered, God, just give me one reason to keep going. I became the reason. Every morning you woke up after a night you thought you would not survive. That was my hand lifting you. Now listen carefully, for I am declaring something new over your life. The waiting season you have carried for so long has come to an end. The long cycle of not yet and maybe later has finished. I say it with all authority. The chapter is closed. You have crossed over. I am the one who opens doors no man can shut. And I tell you today, I have opened such a door for you. It was not built by human hands, and no power on earth can pull it closed. It is not luck. It is not coincidence. I carved this door into your story long ago, and now I have swung it wide and I am inviting you to walk through it. For every door that slammed in your face, for every chance that was stolen by delay, I now set before you an entrance that cannot be taken away. You do not need to force it. You do not need to beg at it. It is already unlocked. Your part is only to rise and step through it with boldness. And hear this, because it matters to you more than you admit. Your victory will not be hidden this time. For years your triumphs were quiet, known only to you and to me. Now I will make your turning visible. Those who doubted you will see it. Those who questioned your faith will see it. Those who decided you would never rise will stand as witnesses to what my hand has done in you. Do you remember whispering to yourself, when will it be my turn? My child, this is your turn. This is your moment. The door I have opened is not small and it is not fragile. What flows through it will not be a brief relief that fades by winter. It is a lasting change in the direction of your life. I am restoring years that felt stolen from you. I am multiplying what was broken down to almost nothing, and I am doing it in such a way that when it unfolds, no honest observer will be able to explain it apart from me. That is deliberate. Your life is about to become an argument that I keep my word. You sowed in sorrow, season after season, with no harvest in sight. Now you will reap in joy. You endured the silence. Now you will hear celebration where there was mourning. You stood in faith when there was no evidence on the table. Now I will set evidence before you until your hands lift on their own in awe. What I do in this season will also silence the old lies. Every voice that said you were forgotten will be answered, not by your arguing, but by the plain sight of my faithfulness resting on your life. You will not need to defend yourself. Your circumstances will speak, and they will speak clearly. So step forward. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Do not let fear grab your ankle at the last moment and whisper that this is all too good, that words like these are for other people. You have been strengthened for this exact door. You are not too late. You are not unworthy. This is not a trick, and it is not a test. It is my promise arriving. I know that after years of disappointment, hope itself can feel dangerous. You learned to keep your expectations low so that life could not hurt you again. That habit protected you once. It cannot come with you through this door. On the other side, you will need the courage to expect good things again, and I will teach it back to you gently, one fulfilled promise at a time. Start small if you must. Expect me in one thing this week. Place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. When I answer, mark it. Let that answer become a stone of remembrance and build on it. This is how a heart that was taught to brace itself learns instead to stand up straight. And when you walk through this door, do not look back over your shoulder as if the old season might chase you down and reclaim you. It cannot. A closed chapter has no authority over an open one. I have placed the ending myself, and what I end stays ended. And do not wait until you feel worthy to begin walking. Worthiness was never the price of entry. I opened this door because of who I am and because of what I have decided concerning you. Your feelings will catch up to the truth in time. Until they do, let the truth lead and let the feelings follow behind. Lift your head, my child. Straighten your back. You have spent enough years walking with your eyes on the ground, braced for the next blow. The next steps you take will be different, because the ground itself has changed. You are not walking toward the promise anymore. You are walking in it. Now let me show you what I am placing in your hands, so you will recognize each blessing as it arrives, and know exactly where it came from. These are not small things. They are not passing kindnesses. They are lasting portions, and I have set 5 of them aside with your name on each one. First, I am giving you peace, not the fragile calm the world offers, the kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. My peace, the kind that stands guard over your mind like a soldier at a gate. You once lay awake dreading tomorrow. Now when your head touches the pillow, my peace will meet you there, and rest will stop being a battle. Where confusion ruled, clarity will guide you. Where fear whispered, courage will answer. This peace does not depend on your circumstances improving first. It arrives before the circumstances change, which is how you will know it is mine. The world's calm follows good news. My peace walks ahead of it. Second, I am bringing provision. The days of counting what you have and finding it lacking are closing. I fed my people with bread from the sky in a wilderness where nothing grew. I took a few loaves and small fish and fed thousands with baskets left over. I have not changed. What is in your hands right now looks small to you. Place it in mine and see what I make of it. Do not fear lack anymore. Fear of lack is a habit from the siege years, and the siege is over. I will supply what you need, and beyond that, I will surprise you. Provision will arrive from directions you never mapped, through hands you never expected, at moments so precise that you will laugh at the timing. That laugh will be worship, and I will receive it gladly. Third, restoration. What was lost, what was torn, what was broken while you were too tired to defend it, I am restoring. Joy will move back into the rooms where sorrow lived. Bonds that were wounded will be healed, some of them so completely that the wound itself becomes a place of unusual strength. Nothing is too broken for me to rebuild. Nothing has drifted so far that I cannot return it. Even the years themselves I will redeem. You have grieved the time you think you lost, the seasons that seem to produce nothing. But I waste nothing, not even the barren stretches. A field left fallow is not a dead field. It is a field gathering richness for a harvest the constantly worked ground could never yield. You are about to harvest from years you had written off. Fourth, healing. For your body, worn down by carrying tension it was never meant to hold. For your mind, tired of running the same anxious circles. For your heart, still tender in places you do not let anyone touch. I am the one who binds up the broken-hearted, and I am attending to you personally, not sending the work to another. Where sickness drained your strength, renewal is coming. Where grief pressed you down, I am lifting. You will notice it in small ways first. A morning without the familiar dread. A memory that surfaces without the old sting. Breath that comes easier. Do not dismiss those small mercies. They are the first drops before rain. Fifth, joy. Real joy. Not the thin kind that evaporates when trouble returns. This joy is rooted in my love which does not move. So it will hold in every weather. You will laugh again without checking over your shoulder. You will find yourself singing at odd moments and wonder where the song came from. It came from me. It was always yours. It is simply coming home. Speak the words, I receive it, if your hands are open today. Understand, my child, why this outpouring comes now. Your perseverance positioned you for it. Many gave up in the middle of the road. You did not. Many turned back when the way grew dark. You pressed on. Because you stayed, because you endured, because you kept rising, you are standing exactly where the rain is about to fall. The miracle you thought was delayed was never sitting idle. It was a seed beneath the soil the whole time. While you saw nothing but bare ground, roots were spreading deep and a foundation was forming in secret. What you prayed for in hiddenness is now breaking the surface, and what breaks the surface after that kind of rooting does not wither easily. And these 5 portions are not for a moment. They are the opening of a new chapter, not a brief festival before the old life resumes. You will walk in peace daily. You will live in provision without the old dread. You will carry restoration and healing that others can feel when they stand near you. You will overflow with a joy that cannot be explained by your circumstances. That overflow has a purpose beyond you. Others will notice the change and ask, how did you make it through? How are you standing? What happened to you? And you will point to me. Your life will become a doorway through which weary people find their way back to hope. I am blessing you in a manner designed to spill over, because that is how my kingdom moves through the earth. You will be a bearer of peace to the troubled, a voice of courage to the ones about to quit, living proof to the hurting that I still heal, still restore, still lift up those who refuse to let go of me. This is part of why you were allowed to walk so hard a road. No one learns to carry water for others in a land where it has never been scarce. So lift your hands and receive all 5 portions without apology. You do not need to earn them now. The staying was the sowing, and this is the harvest. I, the Lord your God, am faithful, and I keep every promise I make. This is your season of blessing. Take it from my hand. Now that I have opened the door and named the blessings, I must also prepare you, because every new season carries both promise and danger. What I am placing in your hands is powerful, and powerful things must be guarded. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because a shepherd who sees the wolf and says nothing loves no one. Be careful first of pride. When the change in your life becomes visible, when people begin to notice and ask questions, a quiet voice will suggest, you did this yourself. Your grit, your cleverness, your endurance. There is a grain of truth in it, which is what makes it dangerous. Yes, you endured, but it was my strength that held you together when yours ran out, and my hand that opened what no effort of yours could unlock. Remember the source, and the blessing keeps its sweetness. Forget the source, and the same blessing turns heavy and hollow in your hands. Stay low in your own eyes, and I will keep lifting you higher. That is not a threat. It is simply how weight is carried safely. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree can stand without breaking. Be careful next of fear. When I bless you, the whisper will change its approach. It will stop saying, "This will never happen," and start saying, "This will never last." What if it is taken away? What if you were never meant to have it? Fear always aims at the newest thing I have given, because new things have not yet grown their defenses. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. I have given you power and love and a sound mind. So when the what-ifs rise, do not negotiate with them. Answer them out loud with what I have said. What my hand gives, no thief can carry off. Fear will shrink a blessing if you feed it. Faith will enlarge the same blessing if you feed that instead. You choose the table. Guard also your tongue, and hear me carefully here, because few understand this. Not everything I give you is meant to be announced right away. Some blessings must stay hidden for a season, like a root taking hold, so they can grow strong before they are exposed to other eyes. Announced too soon, they draw envy, doubt, and interference before they can stand on their own. Remember Joseph. He told his dream to his brothers before its time, and the telling stirred a hatred that cost him years in a pit and a prison. I still kept every word of that dream, but the road there was made harder by an early announcement. Not everyone at your table can celebrate your rising. Some will misunderstand it. A few will quietly work against it. So keep certain things between you and me until I show you the moment to speak. This is not dishonesty. It is stewardship. Silence, rightly used, is a shield around a young harvest. When the blessing is strong enough to stand in the open, I myself will give you the words in the moment, and then no tongue will be able to talk it down. Stay close to me in prayer, closer than ever. Here is a trap that catches many in seasons of increase. The busyness of the blessing slowly crowds out the presence of the one who gave it. The struggling soul prays daily out of need. The blessed soul can drift for weeks without noticing. Do not let what I give you become the very thing that pulls you from me. Prayer keeps your spirit sharp and your heart in line with mine. When you pray, you return to the source and drink. When prayer fades, other voices grow louder, and you begin to take direction from your worries again. Come to me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Come at night before sleep takes you. Even a few honest words keep the road between us worn smooth. Remain in gratitude as well. It is a strange weakness of the human heart that it can pray for something for 10 years, receive it, and within a season treat it as ordinary. Do not let familiarity steal the wonder of what I am doing. Thank me for the small things as quickly as the great ones. A grateful heart never runs dry because gratitude keeps the gate open through which more arrives. And above all, stay in faith. There will still be days of testing in this new season. Not the old siege, but the ordinary weather of a living faith. On those days, doubt will offer its old argument one more time. Let your answer be settled in advance. Faith is your anchor now. The same faith that carried you through the years of waiting. It did not retire when the waiting ended. It simply changed assignments. Faith is not seeing everything clearly. It is trusting the one who does. When you cannot trace my hand, trust my heart. When you do not understand my timing, remember its record. It has never once failed you, even in the years when you were certain it had. You have the proof of that now. Carry the proof with you into every dark day ahead, and no dark day will keep you. I entrust more to you now than you have ever carried, and with more comes greater keeping. Guard your heart, guard your words, guard the quiet place where you and I meet. Not everyone around you will understand the season you are in, and you are not required to make them understand. Let your life do the explaining in due time. Treasure what I place in your hands. Water it with prayer. Surround it with gratitude. Shield it with humility, and grow it with faith. Do this, and the blessing will not only remain, it will multiply until it overflows the borders of your own life and runs into the lives of everyone I send near you. That overflow is my plan, and I am not hiding it from you. You are blessed in order to become a blessing, and I have chosen you for both. One more preparation, and then I will speak of the surprise I have been saving for the end. In the days just ahead, do not be startled if resistance flares one last time. A defeated enemy rarely leaves quietly. There may be a sudden quarrel over something small, an unexpected expense, a wave of heaviness or doubt that seems to arrive from nowhere. This is not the siege returning. This is the noise of a retreat. When it comes, do not panic and do not despair. Recognize it, name it, and answer it out loud. Say, I know what this is, and it has no claim on me anymore. The permission has ended, and my God walks ahead of me. Then continue on your way. Opposition that is answered calmly loses its power twice as fast, because its only real weapon was your fear. Now, my child, let me set two roads before you, because what you do with this word will decide which one you travel. On the first road you let this hour fade. You are stirred today, but by tomorrow the old voice returns, whispering that words like these are for other people, and you agree with it out of habit. Months from now you are still circling the same worries, still braced for the next blow, wondering why nothing shifted. On the second road you take me at my word. You rise tomorrow and speak of your past the way I have spoken of it tonight. You place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. You guard the blessing. Stay near me in prayer and step through the door I have opened without looking over your shoulder. On that road, months from now, your own life has become the evidence and the people around you are asking what changed. The two roads are real, and the choosing is happening now, not someday. Choose the second road, not because I demand it coldly, but because everything in me longs to see you walk it, and everything I have prepared is waiting along its way. And now the surprise. It is not a possession, though provision is coming. It is not a single answered request, though answers are already in motion. The surprise is this: you were never forgotten. Not for 1 hour of one day of all those years. Every prayer you thought had gone unanswered was being kept, the way a faithful steward keeps an inheritance until the heir comes of age. The nights you felt abandoned, I was in the room. The delays that broke your heart were my hand holding back what would have harmed you. The doors that closed were my mercy wearing a disguise you could not recognize at the time. You believed you were fighting alone, and the whole time heaven was arranged around you like an army you could not see. Even when my silence felt like absence, it was nearer to a held breath. There is a kind of quiet that comes before a great unveiling, when everything is prepared, and the only thing remaining is the right moment. You have been living inside that quiet. It was never emptiness. It was the stillness of a table already set, waiting for you to be brought to it. The breakthrough you begged for was not withheld out of reluctance. It was held in trust until you stood where receiving it would establish you instead of scattering you. Not perfect, for I never required perfection. Positioned, ready in the way that matters. And here you are, and here it is. And this meeting of the two is what I have been arranging all along. So receive it. Stop analyzing whether a word this kind could truly be for you. Stop demanding one more proof before you let yourself hope. Open your hands. Open your heart. Receive the turning that is already in motion, the ruling already declared, the door already open, the 5 portions already set aside with your name on them. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened. And know this as you go. You will not walk into the new season alone. I did not carry you through the fire only to release you at the edge of the garden. As I was with you in the trial, I will be with you in the blessing. Closer, in fact, because you now know my voice in a way that only the long road could teach you. You once worried about what tomorrow would bring. Let that worry retire now. I hold tomorrow already. Every path you will walk, I have walked ahead of you. Every trouble you will meet, I have already overcome. What look like open questions to you are settled answers in my plan. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and nothing about your life is uncertain to me. Your story will not end in silence or in shame. I promise you that. The battles you thought would bury you will become the proof of my faithfulness, told in your own voice. The scars you carry will speak louder than arguments ever could, telling everyone who hurts that I heal, that I restore, that I lift up those who hold on to me. People will wonder how you are still standing, and standing with joy. And you will say, "It was the Lord. It was always the Lord." That is why you were chosen for this road, not as punishment, as trust. I needed a life that could carry this testimony without breaking under it, and I found that life in you. What you endured privately will now speak publicly, and many who are ready to give up will keep going because they heard what I did for you. So go now into what I have prepared, and go unafraid. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who has heard from heaven. When the old thoughts knock, let the new word answer. When the door stands before you, walk through it without apology, because the one who opened it is walking through it with you. My peace I leave with you. not as the world gives, fragile and passing, but mine, deep and unmoved. Carry it into your home. Carry it into your work. Carry it into every room that once knew your worry, and let it change the air of your whole life. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I loved you through the years you felt unlovable, and I will love you through every year that remains and beyond them all. Nothing you did made me begin, and nothing you could do would make me stop. This is the ground you stand on now. It does not shake. The waiting is over. The door is open. The blessing is released, and I myself go with you. Rise, my child, and walk into it. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you believe this word belongs to your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.